house rules, please have fun. And yourselves, have a good time. I said this yesterday to the group that we had here when we were left with during the lunch break, when you had the breakout session. I said, usually most of the time when I'm doing, you see, there's something called emotional intelligence, right? And emotional intelligence is your ability to read the room. When you come into a room and you have to understand who's in the room, and then you know how to act accordingly. And I'm hoping that this is something that you borrow even when you go into certain spaces. There are certain spaces where you go to and you shut up. Because the people who are in the room are superior to you in terms of intellect, knowledge, experience, money. So sometimes you just keep quiet. And even if you know more than they do, and you're looking at them and like, old school, I kind of know more than what you do. Sometimes it's good to listen. And then there are certain places where you go and it's your time to shine. It's your time for you to let people know that you're brilliant, that you're smart, that you're all of that. And then there are certain spaces where you have to go to and realize that you have to talk less and speak more. Oh, no, what am I saying? Talk less and also listen more. So, in the spirit of emotional intelligence, I understand that the room is very youthful. So I do not like to bring into such spaces a lot of corporate way of doing things. See, corporate has got a way of really, the guys from yesterday are not here, the mature guys, so at least they will not penalize me for this, so that Shannon can invite me next time. She's like, Mangami, you really stepped on toes. We cannot invite you again. Now I don't have my bread and butter, so at least they're not here. But, you know, sometimes corporate can be a bit pretentious. Have you ever gone to sessions where it's so pretentious and everyone has got their life together and they know things and they do things in the proper manner and everybody is dressed well and everything looks really nice and they're just looking at people like, is this really how you live your life? Are you really serious or are you just BSing us? And even how people speak, they're really guarded and measured and almost always saying the right things. So that is not in this room today. Today we're going to have a good time, we're going to have fun. So I'm not going to bore you with a lot of structure because I understand that even with the way you move in your own circles, it's how you're fluid. It's how you're able to morph. It's how you become cyclical. There are days where you're just like, today I'm not feeling it. It's okay, I want to be easy, I want to just relax. And then there are certain days where it's productivity, let's go hard, let's go hard. I'm not going to come here with the stuff of you have to work hard, you go hard 16 hours a week. Like, I'm not going to bring you the hustle culture rubbish. All of you cannot buy into it. You see that conversation of when you are sleeping, I was working. When you are eating, I was working. When you are nanny, I was working. Like, when you're eating lunch for 20 minutes, those 20 minutes, I am working. Like, please. We're here to live life. We're here to have a good time. We are in this planet. Do we even know why we're here? Do you even know why we're here on this planet? Do you know why you're here? Or you just found yourself here and then you're given a rule book. You're given manuals. And you're told, by the way, this is what you do. You go to school, you get a job, and then you start working, then pay taxes, then do something of service to the community. If you're not making money, you're not buying a car, you're not living in a good house, well, you're a failure. And you have to live in the city and skyscrapers. And there's some people who just want to sit home and walk barefoot and tend to cows and do stuff. What is wrong with that? And you see, that idea of almost always living people's lives is what is ruining us. Because if you ask yourself, did you even ask to be here? No. This is, okay, I don't want to get into a lot of thinking because you're just going to be like, so why are we here? What are we doing here? Who designed us to be here? And why is it that I don't know my exit and I can't, the government does not allow you to determine your own exit. Religion does not allow you to determine your own exit. If you don't like it here, you're stuck. Okay, there are people who are like, I want to determine my own exit, and that's not a good thing. So where am I going with this? I'm saying that you need to have fun, have a good time, and as you're doing this, my only recommendation to you is that even as we leave this space, with the quantum information that we're going to get from here, by and large, from a life perspective, is live life on your terms. Make your own judgment, make your own decisions, and if you can, have your own rule book. And make sure that your rules are so flexible that you can break them. You break rules, I break rules. Very unhinged, I know, you're looking at me like, next time, Shannon, do not bring that speaker here. She will mislead people. I mislead people, by the way. That is why I don't like people telling me, oh, you're my real model, I will not model you. You'll be very unmodeled. And this is the reason why I'm saying that in life, you need to model your own. Don't look up to people for direction. People will mislead you. And we tell you only what we want you to hear, not what is actually on the ground. You know, sometimes I do a little bit of conversations here and there on social media, and okay, if you've never seen me, I'm quite dope. I'm actually really good. This is what I usually say to people. You will never see me, neither will you ever hear me talk down on myself. So yes, this vibe that you're getting, you're like, why does she keep on talking highly about herself? Because I know you won't talk highly about me. So I'm going to talk highly about myself, and it's going to bother you. If you're a coward, if you have low self-esteem, if you lack confidence, this is going to piss you off. It's going to rub you off the wrong way, and I want it to, so that you can go and work on your confidence, that when you speak to people, you don't be the first person to talk down on you. I usually meet people who are like, oh, Nangami, you know, I lack confidence, and I have issues. I'm like, God. If this is how, you see, I don't have a representative. When I walked into this room, it's just me. I didn't have a PA coming in like, ladies and gentlemen, Nangami is going to come. She's dope, she's amazing, she's going to be your MC for the day. She's going to be dressed in a really nice, what is this color? Cream, whatever. She's in locks, she's good, she's amazing, she's God fear. No, nobody was coming here with trumpets to tell you about me. It is me. So every time I leave my house, I know that I'm the one who's going to represent me in the world. So every time you walk out of your house, in whatever it is that you do, make sure that you represent yourself fully to the best of your ability. 1, 2. Now this is me just giving you some talk before I invite our speaker here. If there's one thing that is ever going to help you in life, it's confidence and audacity. In fact, these things beat even competence. Confidence, audacity, it beats confidence. These things will allow you to step into rooms. You see, we usually assume, and please learn how to communicate. I think it is Miss Ida who said here yesterday, communication, or was it Miss Ida who talked that we cannot undo communication. Communication skills, very important. Please, in your own capacities, as you're studying quantum, communication is very important. Communication is what will make people think you're smarter than you actually are. So anyway, today, we continue building on the momentum from yesterday, the ideas, the challenges, the possibilities, and the shared vision of a continent that is not simply catching up, but boldly stepping into the quantum era with intention. So, I want us to have something. Just, is there a way, I can see people seated in pairs, apart from Miss here, the Miss who prayed for us. I just want you to stand and walk to someone. Please, let's stand and just walk to someone. I just want us to do something. Let us... Before we can start. Hey, I see you're making faces. You're making faces. I know you people. Very, 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 very lazy. Walk to someone who's not where you are. Please, I am looking. I am looking. Yes. Yes, I am a person. I count very much. I count very much. So, I want you to share something from yesterday, from day one. First of all, yes, exchange pleasantries. Yes, I like it. You're very smart people. I don't have to tell you what to do. You know exactly what to do. You've exchanged pleasantries. You have, okay. So I want you to share one thing that was a take-home from you from yesterday. It was an idea, it was a thought, it was a presentation. Just share. And then I will pick at random for you to share what someone else told you. So it's not about what you know, it's about what someone else said. Okay? All right. Okay. Uh-huh. Are we good now? We are good? Okay. Please have your seats because I'm going to be going round. Oh, no. Just stand where you want. I want to start here. Okay.
So, Elvis here from your end. Yesterday, participated in the quantum game, where you acted as the head of the department of the university for one of the, within the role play game, and you really enjoyed it. You also enjoyed the panel discussion, especially from the police. Yeah.
For me, all I learned is in order, let's say, to have peace in a society, we all need to come together to one conclusion where you have a win-win situation instead of, let's say, one society wins, the other one loses.
Okay, yesterday I was here. I learned a lot, especially from the keynote, and I learned that we ought to collaborate in this quantum field, and we also need to try and be participants, not just consumers, but people who are working into coming up with innovations and also shipping those to the world.
Yeah, so yesterday I was also here, and what I got to learn from the roundtable discussion is we as Africa need to, we need to save ourselves. We need to compete strongly. We need to go into the market. We need to set for ourselves strong policies so that we can be able to compete with the rest of the world.
The competition bit, that is exactly where I was on competition. Okay, so we are concluding with the ladies' miss.
Yesterday we played this game where some countries were fighting against each other. It felt like it was real, but we came to the conclusion that it's better if we all worked together and collaborated, because one country might have one product, the other country has the other product, and if you collaborate, you'd actually achieve more instead of just fighting for the resources.
Yesterday I learned that there are free resources, free credits, where I can run my models on my quantum models, yes, online. Free credits, from IBM and AWS. Yes.
Interesting.
My partner wasn't here yesterday.
So Joanne here says her take home was Africa should not sit on the sideline waiting for other developed countries to do the innovation, but we should take the lead also as well. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Can I ask you questions?
Okay, so for us, we talked of how we can use free resources online to do quantum learning. For example, using IPM simulator to simulate on how to do some quantum activities. Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. And that is good. So, Madam President.
Yes, I think my biggest takeaway was the need of collaboration and capacity building. Yes, I think that was the biggest takeaway, and most of the panelists and the discussions was the key challenge in Africa, especially and also in Kenya, is people don't really know about it. There's need for more sensitization from policymakers, people in academia. So that's the kind of work we'll need to put more effort into. Yes, then the other thing, I think it was more on the young people. So, because majority of the innovators, researchers are young people, so we need to take advantage of our youthfulness and know that we have the solutions. And there's always an open door. If you have a solution, you can just reach out to whoever you want. The stakeholders, government was represented, so there's an open door in government as well, and they are willing to collaborate for new research innovations in new emerging technologies. Yes.
Thank you. A round of applause for each and every one of you. Clap for yourselves. Hey. So you see how I've given you microphones, and then you were like, yeah, we learned yesterday. Speak with boldness, with clarity. Be loud. Be loud. You see the way I'm loud? But thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm forcing you into public speaking. That's what I'm doing essentially here, because I like it when I see people, like, whenever they get a hold of the microphone, they shake the room. I told you, let me tell you something. If you're a good speaker, people will think you're actually smarter than you are. You can sell people air. You can be all light and no heat. And see, nobody cares. You will walk into rooms and people are like, oh, she speaks so well, bring her again. People are storytellers. We love stories, and we love people who can tell good stories. I'll tell you, this is something that it's a weakness even for myself and for some of us, is that I'm really good when it comes to talking. You give me an opportunity to speak, I can speak for days, and then tell me to do a report. You'll ask for the report for 10 days. Every day, Nangam, where's the report? Where's the report? Where's the report? Where's the report? I will not have the report for you, because that work is too difficult for me. So we have strengths and weaknesses, but I'm hoping that you'll also learn how to do this. This is me being biased. So thank you so much for listening and sitting through my bias. And you're like, why is she all about? I don't care. I just want to do my thing. Yeah, I'm forcing you into speaking. So thank you for the energy and the openness. So let's now move into our first session of the day as we continue shaping the future of Africa's quantum system. So I want to invite today's speaker. And my goodness, he too has quite an incredible, he has an illustrious bio. So let me just read it out to you. And forgive me, pardon me, sir, in case I butcher your name. Semaganda. Is it okay? Semaganda. Semaganda George is a computer. I like how they said Semaganda George, not George Semaganda. Ooh, Semaganda George. I told you yesterday, if you allow me the room to really fawn over the gentleman, you're going to be like, Nangami, do you need to get a room or what? What? You are all in. But I really like to appreciate people in terms of the work that they have done, and I'm really sure that he's going to do justice to the introduction here. So he is a computer scientist and researcher from Makerere University, currently team lead of Quantum Uganda, an initiative positioning Uganda as a country hub for a quantum computing education, or for quantum computing education, research and innovation, with a background interdisciplinary in physics, electrical engineering, and computer science. He combines scientific curiosity with engineering and computing expertise to further Africa's readiness for the quantum era. He has led university outreach programs, established academic partnerships, and contributed significantly to building Uganda's early quantum talent pipeline. He works at the forefront of integrating technologies into functional applications for healthcare, climate resilience, materials discovery, national security, and digital transformation. A researcher by profession, he has published machine learning and AI research works in food security prediction and cybersecurity that contribute towards data-driven agriculture, risk modeling, and protection of digital systems. Besides research, George is an AI practitioner with experience in RAG-based systems, leading digital health innovations such as Health Mama AI. He's a frequent speaker on quantum adoption and emerging technology policy, advocating for an inclusive quantum future, one in which African researchers, institutions, and innovators are active contributors to the shaping of global scientific and technological advancements. I told you it's quite an illustrious bio. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Our keynote for the day, Semaganda George. Please, let's clap for him as he comes to the stage.
Nairobi. How are we, Nairobi? Are we all okay? It's my second time to be in Nairobi, Kenya, and deeply humbled and excited to be here once again. I find Nairobi quite interesting and slightly unique away from how Kampala operates. In Kampala, I'll be quick. In Kampala, it's actually cheaper to take a motor. You understand when I say a motor, right? A judge, yeah, a two-wheeler, right? You understand, you all understand. It's cheaper to take a motorcycle than it is if you're to take Uber. And quite impressive. Nairobi, it's different. Moving around Nairobi with Uber turns out to be quite cheap and affordable. What do you guys think? I might be the only one who has expressed this so far for the times that I've been around Nairobi, but it's quite interesting on my end. So before we move right ahead into the keynote for today, I want to request all of us to stand up. Just all of us. Let's get up. And as we're waiting for the last person to get up, I think he's the one who is helping us with the presentations. Allow me to appreciate you all for being smart one and for turning up when it's quantum, when it's tech, because it's going to redefine us as Africans, and it's what is going to define us in years to come. If we can build tech that is home-based, that is going to make us, other than having to consume all the time tech that is built for us. So 2025 is an international year of quantum. Does anyone here know why it was in the room? Feel free, let's have a discussion. And anyone who knows that, I think will sit. And if we all do not know why 2025 is a quantum year, we are going to have this presentation as we are all standing. Is that okay? We have a hand behind. Let's listen from him and see what he has to say. Didn't everyone hear that? Because it's what? So, and in the next 100 years, we want to change the narrative. Currently, as we are going to look into the statistics, Africa, we've not contributed our best to the 100 years past quantum, but here we are today, and we are going to change that story. I think everyone has said a word. Yeah, you remember? Everyone said that. So let's all have our seats, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much once again. My name is George Semaganda. From Uganda. I think the name predefines who I am really. You don't need to overthink where I come from. And I'm super excited to be here presenting and talking about quantum, which seemed like rocket science in the early days, but we are closing in to have quantum solutions that are close to humanity and are going to help us elevate and advance as human beings. So currently, I'm lucky to be the serving quantum lead, quantum Uganda lead. And my background, as she said, I won't need to go back to that. And I'm happy to be presenting at the African Quantum Summit 2025 here in Nairobi, Kenya. Right? So I want our discussion to be more of sharing knowledge than just class. This is not. I'll try to take a snip into what happened yesterday, and I realized that we all have the same beliefs as the community quantums wherever we are. Because as people, the microphone was moving around and people were discussing their highlights and takeaways from yesterday's discussions. It all was around the need for collaboration. How do we make sure Africa is not left behind? How do we make sure Kenya is a part, Uganda is not left behind, and everyone other country that is within the region. So, ladies and gentlemen, where we began from, there is a divide, right? There is a divide when it comes to the quantum discussions globally. And we see that over 60% of the global investment is concentrating in the UK. And in Africa here, we have less than 1%, and we are going to look into that as we continue further. And there is investment in Africa, the Middle East and Africa, but still, however much the projection is high there, with 35%, over 35% projection of how the market, the quantum market is going to be by the year 2030, still there is a gap in Africa alone. So to date, the quantum market is still lagging, but if you project up to 2030, it's going to be some good billions, USD billions. And how do we make sure that as Africans, as Kenyans, as Ugandans, we do not miss out on this? So does anyone have a response on how many quantum computers we have on the continent as we are having discussion today? Anyone is aware? Use Google, it's okay. Use Google, it's allowed. Just Google. How many quantum computers do we exist on the African continent to date? And I will be happy. Do we have a volunteer in here to share with us? Feel free. Use Google. It's allowed. It's allowed. It's allowed. Anyone ready? It's quite taking long. Someone ready, please? Please. It's tech. It's here to make our lives easy. And yeah. Wow. Wow. And here lies a problem. It's not the lack of quantum computers, but maybe the need. Do we really need to own quantum computers here in the African space? It's something we can all think about and have a discussion, if time allows, together to talk about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the trend of the quantum initiatives globally within the different regions. And as of date, 2025, if you check out the Middle East and Africa alone, we have less than 1% to the entire quantum contributions globally. And to me, that's not normal. And it's a call that it shouldn't be normal to all of us, right? It's not normal. So there is a lot that we need to do as Africans for the continent to make sure there is a contribution to this. So by 2030, we still see that Europe is going to be leading in the quantum initiatives. But if we're having more than such discussions, if we go right ahead and implement, if we go right ahead for the researchers, do we have some researchers in here? Please. Do we have some researchers in here? Personally, I'm a researcher. I've published research, though it's been close to AI, and I'm now working towards research in quantum. But researchers, this is a call to us all. Let's have research that is contextualized. It is the only way we are going to have quantum make sense to a layman person. Just like AI, I was discussing with my mate earlier that because why AI makes sense to everyone in the region now is because it's close to something they understand. They can use it in their day-to-day lives. So if we still discuss quantum from a high level, from a research-based level, it's going to be hard for the local person to appreciate and really put sense to what quantum is. So it's a call to all of us researchers. Let's have research that is going to solve African problems in line with research. It's going to help us move a step forward. And ladies and gentlemen, this introduces us to what quantum is, quantum computing. It shouldn't be so hard. I'll make it very simple for you. I don't know, maybe we had a discussion around an introduction to quantum computing. These are the discussions we've held in Uganda for the whole of this year. Introduction to quantum, what quantum computing is, what is the goal, what is the future for quantum computing, how do we position ourselves as not only consumers but also as contributors to the quantum space. So it's a discussion we've been holding all over the sessions we've been having in Uganda. And briefly, on your left, right? On your left, if you look at the projection screen, that is how a normal computer. I see so many of us here have computers. That is basically how a normal computer operates. It operates in a series of binary series, zeros, all ones, right? So, and how is a quantum computer going to be different from a normal computer? We have an element of entanglement. We have an element of superposition. Shannon, did we have introductory discussions yesterday? Okay, so with the superposition, what basically it means that you a binary 0 and a 1 are in position to happen at the same time. Like I can be in both states at the same time as an atom, which is not the case if you're talking about a binary bit. So that's what makes a qubit unique, and that's what makes quantum computing. The dynamics and the physics. I was discussing with someone, and I think they are into research. They are curious. So that's where the dynamics comes in over the entanglement and the superposition of these atoms that help us to power quantum computers. So, ladies and gentlemen, the quantum computing tech is not here to reinvent the wheel. That's what I can say. Just like you've used a GPU before, I don't know, most of us have used CPUs in here. You understand? We all understand when I say a CPU. A CPU is the normal laptop you have. I don't expect any one of us here to have a GPU, except if we have the DJ, but I don't expect him to be using a GPU because it would be an over requirement for his role. So a GPU has existed in line with CPUs. So a CPU has been restricted to what level of need, the resource need that it can work on. And then GPUs have been positioned for resource-intensive environments, right? And it's the same thing that is happening with quantum. Quantum is not here to do away with your laptop that you're currently using, but it's going to be specific to the resource-intensive environments that are going to require the quantum computing efforts and capacity. So would anyone want to try out a quantum computer just in case I had one? Would you wish to have a test? Yeah, she would. So there are quite a number of simulation environments you can already begin with and see how different. If you're into machine learning, you'll be amazed and amused on how fast you're going to be in position to pre-train your models. Is anyone into AI, machine learning in the space? Or is it something that interests you? Because models have been tested to be resource intensive. If you're building a machine learning model or an AI agent, you will need quite some good compute. So, and quantum is going to help us to enable us, because of course we've had some good work around AI, but now if quantum computing comes in and we are in position to achieve some of these epochs, there is something to do with neural networks, and myself, I'm talking from my experience. I've pre-trained a neural network and I had to go for over 100 epochs. Like, those are the times the model needs to pre-train so that it gets versed with the training data set to be in position to test it with your test part. Over 100. You pre-train a model and you have to sit somewhere back and relax and wait for the PC. You come back like hours, and then if you're lucky enough, you find your model pre-trained and ready to be used. But now imagine if we have quantum that is preset and predefined to help us just to be able to train those models in just seconds. And ladies and gentlemen, that should sound an alarm to us all of why quantum should matter, not only to the global players, but also to the African continent. So there's so much we can do. With the evolution of AI, we saw that we are literally doing a lot, right? I trust Kenya, at least I trust Kenya, and I trust my home back in Uganda. Kenya is doing a lot. They are all over the tech space, which is interesting and very good. And now we also need efforts, grounded efforts, African efforts to be seen, to be resonating within the global quantum efforts. And ladies and gentlemen, to date, these are statistics that we all should look at. We see China has over a couple of billions invested in quantum. And of late, you can check it out. Please, let's use Google whenever we can, because it's open source information that can help us to be better. So China has a couple of billions that are invested in quantum, right? It's over, let me just be sure, it's over 15 billions that are invested in quantum. Yes, we can look at all the other players, the likes of German, 3.3 billions. With investment, it's not just money that is being sent out, maybe to enable researchers, but still they are trying to contextualize quantum in their own setting to be able to benefit from quantum. And ladies and gentlemen, still on that screen, if you look somewhere down here, this is where Africa lies. Africa, this is a 2023 report. It's not very current. It's a 2023 report from the Cureka Limited. So you see that South Africa, in Africa, has been trying, setting up labs, research, everything. I think they already have courses in some universities. Yeah, I know of some professors. I'm just forgetting the university. And there's quite some investment that is not even a billion. It's 3 million USDs. And if you look at Africa as of 2023, my motherland, Kenya, is somewhere here, and Uganda, my first motherland, is somewhere here, with over 0.000 billions in investment in quantum, right? Guys, this might sound funny, but this is what it is, and we should all come together and do something about this. So the 0.0 investment, it might sound quite funny, but there's a gap. All we are waiting for 5 years down the road, this is 2025, and I think by 2030, we are going to be quite somewhere with quantum evolution and quantum applicability and optimization. So by 2030, if we work together, if we come together, if we do what we are supposed to do as Africans, we can raise this. We can raise the 0.0 to quite a number, right? Do we all agree? Can we all do this together? Interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a call, and we already have everything we need, except for the quantum computer. And ladies and gentlemen, trust me, we do not need a quantum computer right now. We do not need it. Let's be intentional. Let's do what we are supposed to do. We can leverage on the simulation environment, and we can have tech that is predefined and designed for the African space, right? We all agree. I want us to agree from here so that the next summit next year, we come back and be like, we discussed ABC, and this is how far we've gone. We all agree? Please, let's agree, and let's be intentional about this. So we have the talent, right? I've been discussing with Web3 specialists in here. Ever since I came to Nairobi, I've met quite a number of talents. It's the same when I go back to Uganda. People are doing quite amazing work when it comes to the tech space. So we have the talent that we need to the population. The population is giving. So let's give back to these countries. Then if you check the LinkedIn report, African talent, we have over 500K plus people who say they are specialists, AI, machine learning, data science, and really we can start from there. We don't need to maybe go back to the dynamics, the quantum dynamics and quantum physics to begin. So we can already start with this number. As you're doing whatever you do, let's have a portion that is directly that you direct to a quantum initiative in the region. So 95%, if we upskill what we already have, now we are moving from the 0.00 contribution to the quantum global efforts. 95%, if we upskill them, we already have the resources. We don't need to teach them the it's Quark, the quantum programming language that they are working on, open source. It's Quark. You do not need Quark to begin. All you need is programming knowledge. Then identify a problem within your region and be like, if quantum can work on A, B, C, this is going to be a mind blower. And be intentional, do it, don't give up, look for the assistance you might need. I assure you, you will make it. So we have a small 5%. It could be slightly higher, because this report was a few years back, of specialists, PhD holders, research giants in the region that are focused, only quantum focus, but you already have a playing ground where we can begin from. And this can help us as we move from the zero to the next $1 billion that we want to now put on the market, the quantum global market. So, and for Uganda, this has been our journey as Quantum Uganda. We began later this year. That was the third quarter of the year. And we, next slide please. And we had our blueprint. We decided to do 4 pillars as a way of how we are going to combat the quantum need in the country and also be relevant to the region. 1, democratizing education. That was our first approach. As I began, I talked about introduction to quantum, what is a quantum computer. There are discussions we've held over and over again in Uganda, because we realized people do not know the basics. Just defining a quantum, if you're discussing quantum, they'd be like, that seems like it's too technical for me. I can't even understand any single thing. So that's why we decided for all the events, the tech events, the community events, we are going to do an introductory session about quantum. And next year we are intentional. That's when we want to advance now to training tools, the likes of Qiskit, for them to be in position to test out these simulation environments. And if it worked for Uganda, it can literally work for any other country within the region. Then infrastructure, like from where I began from, we do not need a quantum computer right now to try out to do quantum computing. Right now, we just need to have solutions, problems that we aim to solve using quantum. We have simulation environments. We can leverage on those for now until when we are ready to own our own quantum computers. And this we shouldn't sit back and wait for quantum computers. Please, let's agree. And then research localization. From Makerere University specifically, because I've been a student there and I know what happens. For Makerere University, we have students' projects that are currently shelved, quantum projects that are currently shelved. Because why? The community has not yet found quantum relevant, or they haven't understood the power of quantum and the need to invest in such projects. So students conduct research projects, and then the lecturers go ahead and just shelve them for now. What should they do? Maybe they are waiting for the next super quantum computer for these students to be able to run their models and simulations. But like I always tell my lecturers, we do not need to wait for the quantum computers. Let's just be intentional. And then 4th, strategic collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll need to put emphasis here. Strategic collaboration. If we are going to operate in silos, it's not going to work out. It's not going to work out. So now here we are in Nairobi discussing quantum, which is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Strategic collaboration. So as you're working on anything you're working on around quantum, please avoid working alone. It's going to strain you. It is going to depress you, because quantum, you wait for the last slide. I'll tell you what it means. So ladies and gentlemen, for Uganda alone, this year we've managed to reach out to over 1,000 plus students with introduction to quantum. And this has been our journey. So in case there's anything that motivates you to go back home and do better, please feel free, go back and do it. Then currently we are in touch with 3 universities to see how we can have students versed with quantum. So Makerere, we have UCU, we have Mbarara University. So we are in touch, and we have our ambassadors in there to make sure we have groundwork that is being done. And then on our to-do list next year, we are working towards having an operational training facility where we can always gather together as quantum enthusiasts, and we come together but we've held discussions in quantum. I don't know how it is in Nairobi. It's a question that I'll leave with Shannon and the team. I don't know how it is with Nairobi, making sure people now understand the relevancy and why they need to do something in regards to quantum. Sorry about that. And as I conclude my wonderful discussions with you, it's been an honor having you here. This is going to be a call from Quantum Uganda to the region and to everyone in this room. If you have policymakers, please, let's prioritize the budget. Let's have some quantum budget. Let it be intentional. Then for researchers, unfortunately, I never had any researchers in the room. For researchers, academicians in the room, let's join the network. On the previous slide, I emphasized not working in silos. Let's avoid silos. It doesn't work. It will just break you. So if we can work together and join the networks, it's going to build us, and we can move longer journeys. Then for the industrial experts, people with the money, you give them the money. If Shannon writes you and she wants money for the summit, please give them the money, because this is required. This is required. Put the money in there and let people innovate. Let people innovate for quantum, and see if next year we're still going to be represented with 0.00 USD billion presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, asanteni sana from Quantum Uganda. So we have a profound physicist who earlier said, if quantum mechanics has not profoundly shocked you, you have not understood it yet. So it's my point. The more you're going to be so much into quantum research, quantum computing, the more you will get confused. Personally, I'm here discussing quantum, but if we sat in a concentrated quantum discussion, I'm going to fumble. I'll be like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, how come? Oh, you know, those moments. So the more you're into quantum, the more you're going to realize that you don't know, and you need to understand and research more. You get? So let's be on the same page. Let's be intentional. Let's make sure that we are doing quantum efforts, and we are doing anything that is relevant to put us up there, rather than having to wait to consume the quantum tech when it's stable, when it's ready, optimized, and then when it has information that is relevant to continents that are not ours. It's a call. I need us all to agree, as I step down, that at least the next time we come back here, we should have projects that are quantum-based here in Nairobi. And it's the same story that I'm carrying back home. I'm going to push the teams. Let's have projects that are solving our own problems, local problems, and then we see how we can align them with the quantum technology, and making sure this doesn't leave us behind as Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, asanteni sana. It's been an amazing journey. Ever since I came to Nairobi till today morning, and as I'm concluding my discussion, I want to appreciate you all. And I want to request all of us to have a round for Shannon and the team for the amazing work they are doing for Nairobi. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Shannon. We deeply appreciate all the efforts. And unless we have questions for me, allow me to hand it back to my dear moderator.
You can just, is there any questions? Actually, I don't think Mr. George came all the way from Uganda and you people will not ask him questions to do with quantum. So I'd really appreciate if you have questions for him. So any questions? I can come with the microphone. All right.
Hi, my name is Sony. So my question is, what are the various ways we can contribute towards quantum, both technical and non-technical?
Any other question? My suggestion is if you can take as many questions, then you can answer them all together. What do you think? Please. All right. Any other question? Question?
Yes, my question is, what do you think is the main application for quantum in Uganda, Kenya, East Africa particularly? What focus application should we, use case should we focus on?
One final question? I'm taking 3. Okay.
George, thank you for your keynote. My question will be, what industries do you feel in the near future will be benefiting from quantum, aside from technology, maybe manufacturing, supply chain or logistics, things like that?
Thank you. Awesome questions. At least we were attentive and we didn't miss it out. Like I said, the more you listen into quantum discussions, the more it's going to become more confusing, the more you're lost out in the space. But at least we try to keep it very light and to everyone to be in position to pick a thing all to. The first question was from Sonia. As a student, right? What opportunities in for her in line with quantum? Currently, I would say there's a university in South Africa. I think I'm forgetting the university. The name, I'm forgetting the university. And I think they were at Indaba, Deep Learning 2025. So currently they have quantum postgrad scholarships as a student. You're going to be, as long as you have a project, a research project you want to work on, you're going to be fully funded. And as long as the project makes sense, you can literally, the project can be scaled. The project, it's worth the investment. So as a student, if you're looking forward to furthering your education, these are opportunities that are already on the continent that you can be in position to tap into. Then 2, for now, in the African context, all we need is going to be research. Research, because that's how quantum has been evolving for the past 100 years. The first dynamics, quantum dynamics, formulas, whatsoever. Companies like Google, IBM have been working tirelessly to make sure they advance this. To date, Google's Willow, I don't know the size because I haven't seen it physically. I don't know how big it is, but however much you want to use quantum computers, would you, okay, let's just take an assumption it was affordable, you could afford it. Would you be comfortable buying such a machine if it's not, you just want to have it as a decorative flower in your house? Would you be comfortable buying it? So right now, the quantum computers is still at a high level ground. So there's so much we can do around optimization. And when we optimize, that's the only way we can be able to send our applications, local applications, to the end user. Because right now, we can't be discussing, even if it's 1 qubit, to be testing it out on your mobile phone. It's going to be quite hard. You're going to, if you've used a low-resourced compute computer before, you're going to understand what I'm talking about. If your computer is slow and then you want to run a heavier program on it, you know how the process, you understand the process. So now imagine if I gave you a small application that is just 1 qubit on your mobile phone, Android, call it whatever, iOS, Android. What is it going to go through? We had a discussion sometime in Uganda that when quantum is close to humanity, do you people anticipate we are going to have quantum-based applications, the likes of WhatsApp, like Q WhatsApp? How do you expect a Q WhatsApp to run in regards to the normal WhatsApp? What are going to be your anticipations and visualizations? So there's still too much, but in the meantime, as you're focusing on research, please drive your research to humanity. And as you're driving your research to humanity, drive it close to Africa, the context. That's when we can be in position to achieve what we might, to get the quantum computing from the rocket science level, to make sure at least even a Mbamboga somewhere down the village, they be like, okay, maybe I did a transaction on M-Pesa, and there's a component within the system that was quantum powered. So that's when people are going to appreciate these technologies, sorry. But if we always look at it at the high level, low ground, we are not going to move. So Sonia, look out for research programs for now. Contextualize whatever you're doing in the local context. It's going to help you, and it's going to help us better. Then I think that was your question. Sorry if I overdid it. I'm good at that. So the second one was from Shannon, right? I hope I'm not forgetting. Shannon, your question, just pardon me briefly. Okay, awesome. I was testing something out. So it's about the use cases that we can already tap into as Kenyans and Ugandans. I was trying something out. I think that was with the Kiss Kit. There's some conference we met it at from Rwanda of QML. There's something that is called QML. Does anyone understand that? Quantum machine learning. It's QML. Yeah? I think there's someone. Okay. Quantum machine learning. How, if you run an algorithm that is going to compare models, two models that maybe you're training on the normal resource, be it, even if you're using cloud resources. Let's say you're using a notebook, and then you're going to use also a package from Qiskit, and then we are trying to establish how fast, the lags, errors, everything, and you realize now how the QML package is going to run faster, more efficiently. Because if you go back to the dynamics of quantum, it's amazing, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want us to go back to the technicalities of quantum, but for a normal computer, if I have 3 parts, let's say I have path A, path B, path C, and I'm looking for the best optimal path I can take. If a computer is solving a problem, the computer will have to first take the first route. Then if it is not optimal, it has to come back and test route B. If it's not optimal, it comes back and tests route C. But we realize with the package from Qiskit, the quantum ML model could just go through all the parts at once. Like, you get the optimal model, you don't need to first go, come back, you don't need to first go, come back. So you realize how fast it's going to be. And that's why quantum now is pushed so much towards fast computing. And you know how computing is hungry. As humans, we are always hungry for more resources. When I have a machine, then I'd be like, but can't I have a supercomputer? I think with a supercomputer, I can do more. That's the same thing that happens with computing. It is super hungry. It will always want more resources. And now, if you can have quantum to help us do away with highly intensive computing resource needs, Because that's why you find the likes of NVIDIA, they never stopped. When they started manufacturing chips, they never stopped. Every year there is a new chip. Every year there is a new chip. Now they are powering the IBM's quantum computer. Now they are powering cassava in South Africa. So they never stop, because as humans, just like humans, computers are power hungry. So if we can do work around optimization, and as we're optimizing, we contextualize whatever we're optimizing for to our own interests as Kenyans, as Ugandans. Sharon, I do believe it can be a win-win for all of us. Lastly, as I go down, the last question was, I don't want to miss it out as I respond to it. Maybe you just repeat, just in 1 minute, you just repeat the question so that I don't miss it out. Can you kindly repeat the question? Beg your pardon? Of other industries that can benefit from quantum or from computing. If we are discussing faster systems, no one ever wants to board a judge that goes as slow as a what? As a motorbike. No one ever wants to go for that. So if the computing space is successful with optimization and making sure we have faster computing resources and programs, I don't know how far Kenya has moved with digitization. When it comes to digitization, you're going to find out that this digitization cuts across. Digitization.
The honor for KBU 858Q. Please see the security guard outside. KBU 858Q.
Thank you so much. So as I go down, my dear brother, so digitization cuts across, and everywhere there is this digitization, it's the best away from computing. If you can digitize a system that is outside computing, that is the best use case you're going to get. I'm running a project, she talked about it, it's Healthy Mama AI. It's basically AI support that is closing the gap for pregnant and expectant mothers, bridging the information gap, because we realize there is a lot of information, but these mothers do not have access to this information, and the doctors in Uganda are overwhelmed. They see a number of patients. So you see that if I can move my, okay, now it's AI, digitization to the health sector. Now, if I integrate in the quantum optimization, now AI health, you see how now we can have all this work together. So you do not necessarily, for now, as I go down, you don't need a stand-alone quantum system. You're going to struggle with it. Look for a system that is already making sense to the community, and then see a way of bringing quantum to support an existing system. I hope that helps you with that. Thank you so much, and I'll be happy to get in touch in case anyone has a question or further discussions for this. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Round of applause, please. Round of applause for Mr. George. Please, we can do better. So let us do it the Kenyan way. Let us do it the Kenyan way. I want us to stand. Please stand. Let us do it the Kenyan way. Let us do it the Kenyan way. You know that thing you do? You have done it before. You know it. People have attended conferences. Okay. So let us do it with on my count. When I count, you say we clap. So 1, 2, 3, go. Again. Thirdly. Three times it's always a charm. Thank you so much for that presentation. Thank you so much. So next on, we are going to have our next presenter, the next presentation. I I don't know. I'm hoping that the gentleman who was needed and outside has already done it. Before we can go, Shannon, we need to take George. On stage, I want to call Mr. Michael Ndai. He's the one who's going to be giving us the next presentation. And I think he's in a better position to come and tell us what he is about, because I have no doubt that he's going to give you such an illustrious speech when it comes to the kind of work that he does and what he is about. A round of applause from Mr. Michael, please.
Hi, good morning. I'm Michael Ndai, a machine learning researcher and software developer focusing on machine learning systems and backend engineering. So, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm Michael Ndai, a quantum machine learning researcher and backend engineer specializing in machine learning systems. So, my talk is going to be focused towards a research thesis I've been working on. It focuses on 3 domains. Specifically, we are trying to intersect three specific categories when it comes to machine learning systems. So we have nanotechnology, we have space science, and we have financial systems. So we are trying to cut across scientific scales in one single measurement by building a single architecture that cuts along all the same domains as a specific approach towards whatever I'm currently working on. So what we're going to cover is different aspects towards quantum machine learning along the specific scales of mind that I've talked about, and we are going to get to know the frontiers of what you're discussing, specifically from the foundations of quantum computing and the intersection of quantum machine learning with the intersection of machine learning and quantum computing into a single framework. So as you can see above, we have 7 topics. We have quantum feature maps and kernels. We have quantum support vector machines. We have variational quantum circuits. We have parameter shift rule for gradients. We have unsupervised algorithms for quantum principal component analysis and quantum Boltzmann machines. And then we have the 6th one is quantum approximation optimization algorithms as an optimization example. And then the last one is a hybrid training workflow and error mitigation. So basically, quantum machine learning fuses quantum computing with machine learning to tackle interactable classical problems. This thesis provides a cross-domain quantum embedding pipeline that is a single hardware agnostic architecture that tries to ingest the 3 domains, the nanosensor streams, let's say, for instance, trying to understand how atomic vibrations work in the nanoscale. We also have astrophysical light curves in space science, where we are trying to understand how we can be able to measure the faint signals across space, because there's a lot of noise in space, and when you're trying to gather the correct signal, it has to be determined specifically with precision. And then lastly, we have the financial tick data for financial systems using identical quantum circuits. So the key innovation towards the framework is to provide a unified quantum feature embedding maps that uses variational quantum circuits and quantum kernels as a method of gaining empirical practical considerations against the noisy intermediate scale quantum devices that we currently have in possession. So for introduction purposes, we're going to understand, first of all, I'm going to give a brief background on why we are trying to unify these specific 3 domains. For instance, our main focus is gaining engineering efficiency, where a single code base can be able to preprocess the entire pipeline and encode different strategy methods, reducing development overhead between engineers and researchers across different domains. So, for instance, when you're trying to learn about quantum machine learning, we need to understand the introductory part, because you can't learn something without the foundations. So, for instance, we have the foundation. The core concept of quantum computing is the 3 principles that guide our research analysis. That's superposition, which is just a qubit, which is a linear combination of qubits in linear momentum, where all these different qubits are working at the same time as a unit of vector in a complex vector space called a Hilbert space. We represent them in something called a block sphere, where we're able to identify these different complex amplitudes, where we have the basis state is made of alpha and beta, 0 plus 1. So when 0 plus 1 is normalized, we get a distinct character of 1 as the normalized state, specifically. And then we have entanglement. Entanglement is just trying to correlate different encoding correlations between qubit states represented in a Bell state. And then lastly, we have interference, where we combine all these different amplitudes between constructively determination and destructively determination, where we leverage quantum machine learning to leverage this specific application between the 2 instances that we're trying to correlate. So back to my presentation, we have the encodings. A kernel is a similarity function that computes similarity between quantum encoded units. So we have 3 specific families for encoding purposes. We have amplitude encoding and angle encoding, and we also have frequency phase encoding. So based on this talk, we are going to focus on the frequency phase. as it preprocesses time series and maps magnitudes with different phases. So we have different phases or different qubit gates where we're able to identify the correct structure to work with when it comes to encoding data between two different inputs at the same time. So the first parameter to discuss will be the variational circuits and optimization method, where we use variational quantum circuits to parameterize different answers methods inside the gate circuit. So we might have a black box, something of a sort, of a black box that measures the expectation values between different feeds of a classical loss function. So what I'm talking about is when you're trying to measure different gradients in machine learning, we are trying to find the least amount of loss function that a particular model is trying to build or is trying to connect with. So when you're trying to optimize a loss function, the gradients in effect, we're trying to map these different gradients inside the gate circuit model, but because classical computing isn't necessarily faster than the quantum methods of calculations, we try to represent these gradients linearly. So the gradients in effect, we determine them with an optimizer framework called the adaptive moment estimator. It tries to smoothen the gradient between two complex amplitudes at the same time. So based on this, the unified quantum data encoding technique or framework, we focus on preprocessing the normalization between all these different trainable parameters when you're trying to cross-check or cross-determine the correct framework to measure our magnitudes or to measure our complex amplitude states with, for instance, many signals in space or many signals in financial systems or in nanoscience try to lose the underlying tone when it comes to understanding or preserving data from the fundamental level. So the first instance is to ensure that all the information across these parameters are well determined, so that when you're trying to get that observable effect or observable stream between these trainable parameters, the model cuts across magnitude encodings, so that you can preserve the information that is coming in between the gate circuit model when you're trying to adjust or you're trying to choose the correct observable to use. So I think we're going to focus on the first domain, which is nanotechnology. In nanotechnology, we are trying to understand the atomic vibrations, to detect the atomic vibrations between two particles. And this way, we are trying to detect the signals happening in real time, where all these different amplitudes can can be drifting either in complex systems or in simplified systems that we're able to comprehend or understand. So the case study is to build a nanosensor that defects classification and reduce the simulation time when trying to compute these different magnitudes using 4 qubits. I know it's a long stretch towards having a complete working system, as much as we are still trying to come up with ways to ensure the quantum kernels are able to mitigate the error rates in between different circuits model, specifically the gate circuit design. So at the nanoscale, the signals are really extremely small and easily drowned by noise. The typical signals include vibrational patterns, thermal noise, and light emission lines. So the problem is it defects probably with very tiny invisible changes that we can't be able to comprehend or be able to measure in real time. So the goal is to be able to detect these small early defects reliably in real time so that we're able to get the complete measurements of calculations without necessarily having to struggle on which kind of circuit we are supposed to measure with when it comes to combining both the quantum scale of what you're trying to measure and the parameter data models that are undetectable at the end of the day. For instance, let me give you a better example to use. When we are trying to understand how a futuristic world is created, basically, we need to be able to terraform, let's say, a planet, or we're able to 3D print something like a human robotic hand. For us to be able to do this, we have to be able to measure the correct alignment between different variational sets when we are trying to encode that particular design inside our bodies. So that at the end of the day, when, let's say, we build nanobots, these nanobots are able to track in real time whatever is happening inside our systems without necessarily having to give the notion that we don't know how we can solve cancer research, how we can solve malaria research, and yeah, something of the sort. And then in space science, the framework discusses about having, let's say, for instance, when you have light curves or we have different gravitational waves near complex black holes that we can't be able to detect with the 3D eyes, we need to be able to measure the underlying noise at the end of the day, considering even at small samples or observation gaps, we can't be able to fine-tune the correct model to channel out the right framework to use when you're trying to analyze how the gravitational noise works in space. So the quantum machine learning framework here is to be able to enable the unified quantum future mappings between quantum kernels to be able to capture the periodic dips and phases across different harmonics, combine with the quantum kernels, and prioritize using phase coupling features. I think it's above the slides talking about parameter circuits. so that you can be able to improve the cluster models that you're trying to detect between different variational sets in space when you're trying to gather different astronomical units, because each country specifically has their own space networks. So for us to gather the correct framework to use, we need to consolidate all these different data points from all these different variational sets across the globe to be able to come up with the exact cluster separation point to get the correct harmonic signal or sound that we are able to use to detect noise, detect the faintest signals in space. And then lastly, the third domain is finance. So in finance, we are trying to measure signals at a higher speed in chaotic emerging markets that include rapid price changes, volatility spikes in the market, and chain reactions when it comes to liquidating assets across the stock exchange market, presumably. So the problem is to gain the signs of risks that are subtle to miss out whenever we are trying to analyze if a given stock is going to be volatile or not. So the framework tries to measure the early warnings by giving hidden correlations across assets and sudden structural changes that are easy to support in risk management analysis, and trying to get the correct domain structure when you're trying to find anomalies, let's say for instance in fraud detection, or in most important is fraud detection, because we can't know if something bad is happening right now. We need to cross-check or cross-analyze all these different data sets that enable us to find a better way in deriving such deviations across emerging markets. So the case study involves computing different minute bars, transforming different localized bursts in emerging markets, and encoding these short-term burst prediction methods in a way that is better understandable with the given model, the quantum support vector machines using quantum kernel circuits, or variational quantum circuits that are parametric in nature. So the architecture includes qubits, using using the encoding framework of feature mapping different circuits at the end of the day, and using entanglement and using the optimizer method to simulate measurements that are easily be able to be seen, detected, and analyzed in real time. So there's a lot of, whatever I have has a lot of math, so I don't want to discuss math, but the most important thing is to be able to analyze the correct interpretation in combining different phase methods when trying to exploit different interferences across weak signals and strong signals, so that they are able to be linearly separable to find the right signal to use, or to find the right framework to use across the given pipeline. So for instance, when you're trying to measure large-scale data sets, classically, we train these models, just like my previous speaker talked about. We train models to be able to find the right predictions, segments across different domains. But considering it's a hard, it's not efficient enough. That's why we have quantum machine learning coming into play to be able to find these deep nets in detecting noise. At the end of the day, it's noise that is the biggest challenge in trying to limit our understanding towards finding the right data sets to use. So the future work involves selecting experiments in a real quantum processor, in being able to find the mitigation pipelines and collaborating with full awareness towards extending my pipeline framework in a multimodal fusion. Somehow that it's like being able to map a single pipeline in measuring observables in real time with physical units between the different frameworks I've given, the variational quantum circuits and the quantum kernel method. So in conclusion, these theses introduce the quantum computing embedding pipeline, a unified quantum pipelines that maps frequencies and phase information into quantum embeddings suitable for variational quantum circuits and quantum kernels. In simulation, we are, as I mentioned, the biggest challenge is trying to improve on the sensitivity of the noise, cutting across nanotechnology, space science, and finance. Unless there are any questions, I think I'm done.
There's no question for Mr. Michael Ndai. Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Michael. Please let us stand and do Michael the honors. Let us celebrate Michael for that presentation. All right, we do it 3 times. Three times always a charm. I don't know where Miss Shannon is for the photo session, but in the meantime, tuanze my coffee. Let's go. Yes. Finally. Thank you so much. Thank you, Michael. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11, so we are going to go for a break before we come now to the second part of our session today. So as usual, I know we are hungry and I don't want to waste your time. I know that we are aware where our refreshments are going to be. So please do it as fast as you can so that we are able to finish our meeting in good time. So in the interest of time, I dispersed the meeting. I think the wonderful Miss, when she said the prayer, aliombea mpaka chai. So we are good to go. So yes, let's meet in 15 minutes or so. All right. Thank you so much. Your refreshments are just on my right.
Check, 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 check.
That is USIU. That is USIU. That is USIU. That is USIU. That is USIU.
with Sharon to come and speak. I didn't know that I'll be here today. In fact, I made a decision today morning. I made a decision today morning to come and join you. So I'm not, she has given me a topic. It's called research commercialization. But before that, I'll want to go through some program. Before that, I can ask, I don't know the composition of the group, but how many are innovators here? Put up your hand, innovator. Yes? Yeah. Who is it? Yeah? Innovator? Entrepreneur? Yes? Businessman? Farmer? You're a farmer. Ah, good. Engineer? Okay. Anyone still at school in student? Like student? Anyone working with the community projects? Anyone who has dropped out of school? You dropped. Okay. So thank you. What is innovation? What is innovation? Okay. Anyone with an application? Mwenye amedevelop app. Sawa. Uko na idea, si ndio? Are you coding it or you are doing what? You are not coding it. So what is innovation? Just say your name.
My name is Nelson. I believe innovation is when you take an idea and bring it to life.
Okay. Any other attempt?
Can say building on an idea to solve a problem. Building on an idea to solve a problem.
Innovation is sio kutengeneza apps. I always see young people spend thousands of time in the lab creating applications, creating programs. Akisha perfect the user experience, una realize that your app ametembea nayo kupitch everywhere and no one is buying it because one, you didn't identify the problem. So just so that I keep within my time, I always believe innovation in three areas. You can only innovate through the product that is solving a problem, and solving a problem could be improving the value, or you are cutting cost, or it's convenient. Two, you can only innovate around a process. Okay, are you making your customer? Are you making your customer process to be easy? And you can also innovate around people. Because sometimes you may want to spend so much on the application, and the problem is the mindset of the people. So if you know those three simple things, you can innovate anywhere. Now innovation, so lazima ikuwe tech. So innovation, in fact, whenever you see an app in our lab, nachekanga tu. No one, the world has lived without your app. No one has died without app. Has someone died without your app? No, so we don't need it. Okay? So you identifying your problem and defining your problem, contextualizing it in a very small context. A problem may not be everywhere, but going to a community or an organization and identifying a problem and solving, you'll solve the solution. Number two, can someone who will pay for your innovation? Always think who is willing to pay for innovation? Who is going to pre-order? Do you have customers? The best innovation is where you have customers, not a funder. Where you have a customer willing to pay. Sindio? And I'll be anyone below 25, 26. Nani anatumia AI? AI has killed innovation. During your thought process, usiende kwa AI. I've seen 2 good projects zinakiliwa because unataka kupata quick solutions through AI. AI doesn't innovate. Okay? Personally, I refuse to use AI. You know when I was going to school, hakukuwa na internet. We used to write papers na mkono, and you have to read so many hard books from the library. Sindio? Because the problem is this. The book that I've read, or I'm summarizing my problem, or I'm creating my problem from, will be different. Now, if I give you a problem now, then you go to AI. All of you will give me a similar. Sindio? Saa hii nimetoka, okay, tulikuwa ni team kutu. Konza? Anyone have been with, who has been at Konza? Konza City? You have been there? You have seen the new hub. We gave young people to give us solutions. After the recent hackathon that we are carrying out, you realize that when you tell us a young person, can you think through a community problem? You know what they do? They go to AI. And you go to ChatGPT, it will pick the problem from South Africa, from UK, US, and all that. So the solutions they are giving you is based on. So what brings me to the topic of the day? We need to do research. Okay? You need to do research. And the best way to do research, there are 2 ways. You can read reports, what you call industry reports. Make sure hata kama umetumia AI, can you get a report, industry report? Or you can simply start by going to Google Scholar. And you can Google my name. I know, mnashangaa. Next, for those who are students, when you have a new lecturer, just go to Google Scholar. If their name is not there, we think they are not scholars. Umesikia? No, ni ukweli. If you are a lecturer and you are not on Google Scholar. Yeah? But again, lecturers are the most poor people. So usiingie huko sana. Okay? So the question, what I'm telling you to be, any successful innovation, it comes from research. It doesn't have to be academic research. It's just about you going to a community. Maybe you want to solve a water problem. Let me say that. Mkosana hiki network, green tech, edu tech. And then understand by simple survey, understanding your customers. What is the problem? Yeah? Do you think this will be the solution? And which other solutions are available? Because you're not the first one to solve that problem. Who has tried to solve it and failed? Okay. So research is always the origin of any innovation. Oh, sorry. Okay. So today I'm going to do 2 things. One, I'm going to just talk about a program that I've come up with in collaboration with the UNDP. And it's a very interesting program that is focusing on youth entrepreneurs and also youth who need reskilling. Just hold on. Okay. Sorry. I've spent the last 1 month thinking through this particular project. It started like a conversation, but I'm happy that finally it has come to fruition. Yes, Africa, we are collaborating with the UNDP to create a program called Kenya Entrepreneurship and Inclusion. The survey we have done, 62% of employers have indicated that they cannot employ graduates. You ask yourself, why don't you have jobs? And companies are advertising daily. So that's one big problem we have with youth unemployment. There's a mismatch. And the reason is what? What is the reason? Most of the youth in Kenya are completing courses they don't enjoy. I know I have even students from our own USIU. It's only after they graduate, then they realize, oh, what do I want to do in life? Is it true? Amana danganya. When I pick up second year, you realize that the course you are doing, even you don't have any passion. You should even have gone and done agriculture. Then what do? You start coming up with something called agri-tech. And it frustrates you. So that's one of the things. So we need to, through this program, we are looking at equipping market relevant skills, job placements to selected youth. One of the problems I've faced in the last 1 year, it has been here, startups. So many young people have startups and they are struggling. Sindio? Mtu akona app, hata ajui aenda wapi. Someone has an idea, he doesn't know how do I develop the idea into a product. That's a very, and no one is funding, no funder will give you if you're not generating revenue. And what we have also noted in our innovation ecosystem or research ecosystem, most of the funders are looking at startups that are generating revenue. Even if you want to go to the bank for a loan, the bank will ask you, can I? But our young people, first of all, mtu ametruka from a very poor family. Wameuza ng'ombe zote. Oh, am I allowed to talk Kiswahili? I like, wale settled for Kiswahili is the national language. Okay, sorry. Someone from their home, they have sold the last cow. Okay? I've worked with the youth for the last, 17, 20 years. I know some of what parents go through. Then you expect them to come and innovate, okay? And they start earning money from the innovation. Is that possible? Eh? You know, I feel so bitter when our government or private sector, they say, oh, youth and innovation. And they don't understand. It takes you 10 years to innovate. Okay? You have to fail. I think I invested in so many businesses and I failed until my house was auctioned. So I'm telling you from experience. I had a lot of money. So the question would be, we cannot ask youth if you're not supporting them to develop their ideas. So that's the objective of the program. Sorry, I don't know what's happening. The third one is about loans. No, we have loans. Okay, this one also shall look at the loans. The interest, the banks now are offering loans at 18 to 40%. Young people wenye mko na sio fuliza ni gani nyingine? These apps zenye mko nazo. Have you? Yeah, which one? Tala. How much is the interest per annum? Per month? 10%. 10% times 12. You are about 120%. That's how much cost you are borrowing. So we are saying we want to promote employment with our youth, but we are not giving them the risking fund. So those are the problems. In terms of the objectives, we want to enhance entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem, improve skills, youth skills, and employment outcomes, and access to affordable financing. So what are we looking at? There are two, I've just summarized here, but there are two areas we are looking at. We are combining Timbuktu, which is located at Konza City, and Innovation Center at USIU to produce 200 startups. Now startups, not ideas. Startups that have been financed to experiment their solutions, to fail. Yes, hotel management. They come to a hotel like this, they cannot even arrange a conference room, and you expect them to be employed. So what we are looking at as a program will be, we want to change the model, to pilot a model for training. The most important thing will be access to finance. We are not going to give you a grant. Okay? We are not going to give young people grants. We want to work with the banks and put there what we call a de-risking fund. A de-risking fund means that if you're going through a program and you take a loan, it will take you a year, but by the time you finish and you take your loan, you get it at 8%, and also the bank is guaranteed that in case of default, okay, the default rate for people from the pilot was only 17%. So if I put $3 million in a bank or 2, 3, 4 banks, I can be able to guarantee that after 2 years, I will have lost only 17%. Okay? And remember, if you're doing that, you are still, we as the money you have deposited, they are still earning interest on it. So which means that we are not really making any loss. But with that risk fund, I'm able to guarantee the next cohort of young people. Of course, young people are young people. Kuna wenye Catherine nilipatiana walirudi hawana pesa. Sorry. Okay. Let me just not walk around. So that's what you're looking at. Also, it's strong capacity building, like what you're doing here, and also participation of women. 50% I think will be women, 16%, and also PWDs. So these are the programs you have run with success. So we are scaling up from the work we have worked with different organizations. I started this program, 70% finished the course, and 60% they are still in employment up to now. What does it tell you? So our programs, you don't need to go to school for 4 years. You are a software engineer. You only need to know a very small part of that software engineering for you to be an expert in it. So what we do, we identify who will be your employer. If it is Safaricom, what do they need their software engineer to do? A software engineer in Safaricom will be different from a software engineer in KBL. So what we are doing will be, we work with the employers, we reskill you specifically for that organization. Okay? So those are the skills we are giving you. But we are also working with youth not in education or employment. Some of our partners, we have TICO, Kenya Government, Equity Bank, International Rescue. We shall work with Tiveta, Kansas City. We have over 70 partners, but we could not put them all there. So we are looking also to expand the partnerships. So this is the model: labor market, ecosystem support, stakeholder engagements, innovation. So this particular program is going for MSMEs. We have an UNDP Academy, UNDP Innovation Seed Accelerator. Academy is when you are making mistakes. We give you seed funding to do the mistakes. Then from there you move to an accelerator, where now we know now you are at the growth stage for revenue. Then the next one is for skilling. We have DVA. It's a 6-month program where you spend 1 month at a training institutions. Okay, just for theory. Then 2 months you are training with the relevant employer, and you are getting 3 months placement. But from our statistics, by the 3rd month, the young people, they are lost job. Why? Because before we recruit you in the program, there's an employer who will interview, who will give you an interview and see, are you doing there? So we prepare them psychologically. So when you're entering the program, you know you're entering the program, you're going to work for Safaricom, or you're going to work for a different program. We also have Design Your Future. This is a program at USIU. I've talked about that. This one is very important. For UNDP digital and AI skilling, UNDP has put up a $2 million US dollar lab at the Kenya School of Government. So the young people will be working with us on that program. They will be attached to government agencies. So we get user cases from parastatals. We will train as you are working to support the government services, government agencies. It's a very interesting program for that one. Then we have others. We have recognition for prior learning. If you have a skill already and you just need, then you also have placement services where we can be able to place you. So I believe I've finished my presentation. So we shall launch in Q1 quarter 1, quarter 2, then quarter 3, quarter 4, we shall be to roll out the innovation, the programs. We intend to finish the first cohort of the program for 2,000 youths in 2027, just before elections. Then the bigger program, the actual program starts now in 2027, 2028. I think I will leave it there. I can have a quick question before I go back to my main topic. I just felt that whenever we have some of these opportunities, Cynthia, sometimes we don't get applications for opportunities. We just finished running the collecting, what do you call it? AI hackathon by NIRA. Anyone who applied? AI hackathon by NIRA. Have you seen any billboard somewhere? You have seen? Yeah. We just closed up. Do you know how many applications we got out of the whole country? Only 1,500. And we are giving a prize money of 10 million. Only 1,500. Yeah, the billboards were, anyway, it was on CCTV. Okay? Until next year. We shared with all the universities. Yeah? So any question on that? So that I can move to my main topic.
Thank you. My name is Maslin. So thank you for sharing this great opportunity, showing the partnership. So I believe it's open for anyone all over the country or just USIU students? All right. Is there an age limit? 34 and below? Okay. Thank you.
Some of our youth are very talented, but they cannot even go to college. So we are also considering them under the program. So for us, it's about how do we assess your talent, your commitment. Have you been doing something? Okay. Then how do we skill you? So it's open to all Kenyan youths. Yeah. June, no, June Timbuktu tumefunga. Okay, we have closed Timbuktu for this year, so we shall start another cohort in January next year. I think I'll share, if I get information and share with her, then she can share with the members for January. But for the other programs, they'll start quarter 2, which is April next year. Any question?
Okay, so for example, if you're an engineer, yes, and you're dealing, maybe you want to do something more a bit advanced, maybe not just an app, maybe something in line with quantum, and your problem is very complex, so to say. So do we have any programs, let's say within the programs you've shared that support like high tech or deep tech solutions?
So for us, in terms of the skill, it depends with, we are not looking to support masters, or we are not looking to support professional courses. But if your solution, there is an employer who need that skill, we shall work with them for the curriculum. Because for us, we are looking at demand driven. Okay? We are more focusing on, can we have demand for you? Because even if I take you to a high-end course and everything, and you don't get a job or you are not running a business, will I have helped you? So, okay. Another thing on the program, as you are being incubated, you are given technical skills, business skills, and all the all-round skills in the program.
Thanks. I was just curious on the funding bit. On funding.
You can hear me? Okay, okay. I wanted you perhaps to expound more on it, especially on its nature, and whether there's a discrimination based on maybe the stage that it's needed. So, for example, maybe there is a proof of concept, but it's still at the brownfield stage or something of the sort. So, how will that look like? And also, do you sort of de-risk an investment maybe where a loan has been taken, sort of guarantee?
So there are two models of funding. One is a grant if you are in the accelerator program. We give you the technical skills, we pay for the technical. If you are developing your product, because again, when we are onboarding like 40 youth, we don't expect all the products to succeed. The time for prototyping, that one's a grant. You don't return. But once you start generating revenue, you have set up your business, okay? We put you to the bank to take the de-risk fund. The de-risk fund, you get it at 80% because you have a guaranteed. Because we are working with you, we have worked with you more, we can always recommend and say they are ready for funding. And we're funding up to $250,000 per project.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Mongare Okiro from Next Gen Policy Institute. I wanted to ask, how do you protect the intellectual property of these young innovators, seeing as many of them would have these ideas, but they are green when it comes to protecting the ideas? So how do you handle the intellectual property, and to what extent do you benefit, seeing as you are funding them for these projects? Thank you.
Okay, I'll come. Can I handle what I'm doing this next session?
Okay.
Okay.
My name is Alan. So my question is, do you guys also back research-based startups that are building on emerging technologies? Because do you also back research-based startups that are building on emerging technologies?
In fact, that's what we are moving on. If we get a research-based startups, we are really interested in those one. Can you convert a research into a startup? Because that one, we know it is back to the evidence. Then our problems, when we throw for you the challenges, we are also working with the different county governments, and also, so your project should be placed in where it is needed. Don't tell us you are doing agri-tech and you are implementing in Marsabit. Are you getting? And I've seen that. So someone come pitches, oh, this project will do this, and they don't understand the context. Okay? So for now, as you prepare for next year, can you start identifying problems? I don't know which sectors you shall take, but green tech, it is guaranteed. And the green tech, it includes also agriculture, waste management. There are around 5 areas for the green tech. Okay? Yeah. So I can move to the next session. Okay. So, I was asked the question for commercialization. I'll prepare detailed. I didn't know that I was to present something very technical. I thought that in our potato story. So, this is the process of commercialization. The moment you come up with your idea, what do? Yeah? So this is what I always use at our research center, but it's basically what happens to any research. So come up with the research, and there is an invention and software. So if you are developing software, you use a different form to do the registration. And if you are doing an innovation, you can also copyright your research. Like if you go to the field and you identify a problem, it doesn't have to be scientific, and you write a report, you can easily copyright that particular report. That's okay. That is if you own and if it's not funded. For UNDP, we don't own your rights. We release, and we don't. It's yourself to go and register it. Okay. You can have pre-disclosure. There are a number of forms that you'll fill to do the if you are using USIU, that's what I mean. You'll disclose. We shall ask you: is it a project coming, a new project? Is it a project you're working with other partners? Yeah, has it been presented before? At what stage is it? There's a lot of information we need to collect, because copyright, it is something that anyone can sue from anywhere in the world. So we make sure that the information you're giving us, you are declaring that the liability will be on you if you don't give us the correct information. Then in the ecosystem, we have what we call serial pitchers. You pitch your idea, someone steals it. Again, in the ecosystem, they are what we call, what do you call it? They are what we call innovation hubs. Have you seen a lot of hackathons being called upon? You submit, you don't even get your application. Yeah? Because all we need is your idea. The steps of development is there. So what normally happens with innovation hubs out for the university, that's not our work. But I'm working with the innovation hubs that they are giving students, particular students, they come, they tell you, some of you submit, you are taken to a big hotel, you participate in a hackathon in Asia. The winner will be given maybe 300, 400,000. Now, this particular young man or young innovator, they are stuck. Maybe for them to develop the idea, they need 3 million, 4 million. And from my experience, the ecosystem we have in Kenya is not supporting young innovators. They are there to harvest ideas. So the ideas which are funded are ideas which they failed. And you'll notice in Kenya, I no longer go for pitches. You go for pitching, a young company in Kenya, it will have someone from China, South Korea, the US. Have you seen that culture? Yeah? So when they start speaking, you realize that the young man does not even understand the concept. So what they do, they pick your idea, they give their relatives, and they look for someone from outside to it. So the moment you think of an idea, even if it's a sketch, you can patent it directly through Kipi. You can register it. It's only 2,000 shillings. Okay? You can easily, it's only 2,000. Or you can approach a hub to register for you. But if you approach a hub, you may want to depending with the policy. Okay? For us, as a university, we take that 5%, and you remain with 65%. Not of the company, but of future revenue. That is if we shall support you through the hub until you start generating revenue. And not only on the revenue you're generating, but if you want to sell the company too, you want to sell the company. That's when we recover that 65%. I've seen, the other day I met a young innovator. He had a very good system for education. Was it for something for high schools or something, for revision or something? When I went and asked the documents, do you know what percentage she had on the company? 5%. And someone was like, "Oh, I'm supporting you to develop your idea." So I just asked I called and the other guys were old. They are not young people. So I called them in the office and asked them, "Are you really being fair to this young lady? even if you want me to support them, you're already taking 95% of the company. Okay? So make sure that you formalize your business. I think that's something I always say. Formalize your business as early as it can. Think of your idea, go to to the company house, search the name. Okay? And if you're registering yourself, you can register the business name or the limited company, whatever you want. But when you're allocating your shares, don't allocate yourself 100% shares. Okay? You can allocate yourself even 20%, the rest, because you want to sell them in future. As you do that, you can go to Kipi, upload your idea on their portal, so that they can check if it's already patented or not. Okay, so we have talked about protection. So there's invention disclosure. It's very important you document, because by the time you're registering your idea, the offices, they'll just ask, did you document? So make sure you document. You do then it will go for assessment. Then if it qualifies, it will be protected. Then from there, how do you market? How do you market your idea? Who are the relevant people who may invest in your idea? Because you may not have money to support. As you're doing that, you may form a startup, or you may look for an existing business to partner with. Licensing is very key, particularly for softwares. Can you get the license? And commercialization process, it is done usually by experts. Why? You need someone who understands the industry. Okay? So that's the time when you start choosing which expert do you want to bring on board. Are you going to pay them, or are you going to give them shares? Okay? And our young startups, they are very good, but we are not reaching commercialization. We are not reaching a point where we are generating revenue. And when I told you that you should have a customer, you may have a customer, but someone else is paying for it. Have you seen the pitch deck I've presented? Yeah? This is my product. Now, it's me to work with UNDP who can fund how do you raise the money you're asking? But you see, you have to arm yourself with statistics. You understand the market. Yeah? And I can assure this thing has worked, and I've done it. Okay. So it's a process. I think I'll add more slides on it and then share with that by the end of the day, so that it can be shared. Any question?
Hello everyone, I'm Laura. I'm a co-founder of a startup. It's a smart waste management system. So when you're talking about registration, we have tried the registration route, and you see, when as a startup, when you're still looking for money, sometimes you wonder, where do you prioritize? Do you want to put the money in the sensors that you want to build, or the registration? So we have encountered a lot of hurdles. Even it reached a point you had to involve like lawyers, legalities, business analysts, a lot. So when you're building, developers most of the times have a passion just to solve a problem. But then when you want to branch into the market, to find that there's so many things that we did not factor in. Maybe it's too late that you've shared ideas and you really don't know, because when in the process of looking for money or investors, you've shared your pitch to probably 10, 20 people, and they never got back like you have said. So, and the registration process in Kenya, I think you start with the website. If you're doing something like a software company, you do the website, but then there's other things that, it's not just 2000. When you mentioned 2000, I was like, there's other processes or other finances we were asked to co-off, which we were not able to do at the time. So only what we were able to do was probably just register, like have a domain name to exist, so that even if you're applying, you can always tell people, this is my website and this and this is what we are doing as we're looking for more funds. So could you just cover the whole aspect of not just the registration, the licenses and everything? How much do you think you need approximately? Because I don't think it's 2,000.
Okay, there are two basic things you'll need. One is to search for that name in the company registry, which is about 150 shillings. Two is registration. If you want to have it a name, to reserve the name, it should be not more than 2,000. If you want a limited company, plus lawyer's fee, it comes to about 15,000. Okay, don't go to these big lawyers. Okay? Yeah, young lawyers, it goes up to 15,000. That one, you know you are protected. Secondly, yours is not a startup. It's an app. Why would you go and pitch your idea to 20 funders when you can get 20 customers to pay your running expenses? You see, the problem is the business model. You have come up with a solution. Rather than look for the customers to pay, you are chasing and the fund, on the other hand, they want to see, are you able to pay your expenses? So when I'm working with my students or the startups, I always say, can we define our customer? Okay? I wish we had some time. I could have done something called Javelin experiment. Just write somewhere, Google, Javelin experiment. That's the best tool I always use when I'm creating a problem. If I cannot find someone who cannot pay for my solution, that one is not a startup. Can you agree on that? Because because you are spending so much money on development, and developers are software. You're talking about 1.2 million hosting on Google. I have so many young people with softwares on Google. Every day they wake up is to check, are there any subscriber? It is 0. Now they start coming back. I have a startup. No, you just have an application, and no one needs your application. So for me, any startup, focus more on working with your customer. Can you get a referral? Okay? Can you get someone who can pay for a user? You may find that your users are not the people paying, but they can influence. There can be a startup maybe focusing on kids. I'll give you a story. I was working with Nova Pioneer, one of our programs called High Dev program. Oh, just tell me my time is gone so that I can stop. I can talk the whole day. When we started these young people at Nova Academy, they are between Form 3 and Form 4. They wanted to do a website on how kids can reporting of GB violence. So when we worked with them, we realized that who are the most people who suffer most in whenever there's violence in the domestic violence? Who suffers most? They are kids. But we also came to realize that when you're doing market research, a kid for even 2 years, they know how to use a smartphone. So our problem was not having a website. Our problem was to identify who can we appeal to sell them the idea and subscribe. We realized that they are mothers. Their mothers want to know that whenever they are at home, and maybe they have a smartphone phone, there is an app they can just press, and they can get notification on their phones. We also get notification at the call center. Do you think, did we finish the end of the day? How many mothers will have enrolled in such an application? Because mothers, when they go to work, they really worry about their kids. Okay? And you see, you'll always be a kid to your parents. So the question is, could we redefine the product to a point where someone can pay for it? Okay? The funders you are coming to see in here, they will not come. I'll tell you, I'm in the industry. It doesn't matter how well your solution is. is it able to show traction for generating revenue? And then you can now go and get funding. And there are different types of funding. I wish I could have take time to just go through. If you're starting at the startup at the early stage, young people, you need seed funding. And I think I started my presentation that. For example, for your solution, the expenses you are incurring should be supported by seed funding. Okay? So that you can accelerate. I hope I've answered your question. Okay? But the average cost is about 250,000 for registration, plus lawyers' fees. So that's the correct. Sure. But what the process I've said, can you start collecting evidence? Is that okay? Can you start collecting evidence? And we have some lawyers who are not very expensive, who are specialized working with young people. Okay? I can give a name. She's very good. We are working with them with Kenya Innovation Agency. There's a difference between a technology transfer officer and a lawyer. Most of the lawyers, they masquerade to be tech transfer specialists. And that's why they're charging you a lot of money. I'll tell you for free. For them, they not prepare their paperwork. It's just going to lodge. But a tech transfer will start with you with all those forms, take you to where did you disclose the idea, all that. But again, if you have a startup, I always advise you to work with a hub. You may lose some shares, but remember you have access to free mentorship, to opportunities. When you're going somewhere even to pitch, you're going as a hub. Okay? And don't submit your ideas to hackathon throughout, unless it's something you're just trying to test it. Okay. Also work closely with, the industry players are closing. We can also support you as USIU if you come to the center. I have about 2 or 3 startups that I'm supporting, and they're not even USIU students. Okay. Yeah. So the ecosystem, we are here to serve the ecosystem. So I think I've been told to wind up. Yes, quick one. I can, sorry.
Okay. Hello, I'm Edina. My question is, who are these people with money that you guys reach out to? Like, who are the investors? For example, take, as you mentioned, let's say emerging technologies. We're talking about quantum. It's an emerging technology here in Kenya and Africa as a whole. Who are these people you're going to bring to the table and try to convince them to sort of, okay, can you guys give us the money to maybe set up some sort of infrastructure? Or can you guys give us the money to train these students on how they can learn to use quantum computers, just an example. And yeah, or even something like space robotics.
That's a very good question. A very good question. There are different types of funders. We have venture capitalists, we have equity, we have loans, so different types of funding. We have seed funding. Another, we have brought in a very interesting angle. Kusema kweli ni mingi. I wish ningekuwa nafanya session on fundraising. See, next year we can do something on fundraising. Can we do something so that you can understand why I'm asking your prototype question? The other day I wrote a proposal to, I'm in fundraising most of the time. I wrote a proposal to Indaleja Foundation. Indaleja Foundation is only interested with startups which are using Indaleja protocol with open payment system. So if I were you, I wanted to work with quantum. I want to know what will be the interest for quantum on the project. Okay? And you can write directly to quantum technologies. This is your concept paper, and they can decide to take up the sponsorship. What I'm doing with the Safaricom and there's a feeder program we call CopLab. I'm working with corporates where we are developing solutions for them to take them up. Okay? So there are different funders, but always look at a funder who's interested in in your project. The mistake we make as young innovators, we always go for venture capitalist. You want to sell your company. You don't want to develop it. The best funding I'll advise you is go for what you call seed funding. Seed funding is money you are given, but like for us, when we give you the money, we don't expect any shares from or revenue from your company. That's the best funding you can apply. Okay. Yeah. Sorry for taking a lot of time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Billy. Round of applause for Dr. Billy Wadongo, because that was quite engaging. Okay, so let's do it. Let's do it again. I know that this time around you have it. Yes, get up, because as we do it, as we give him a round of applause, we also get ready for our second speaker. So let's go. You can be pushy about it. Yes. Okay, have your seats. Thank you so much, Dr. Billy Wadongo. That was quite insightful, and that is really, that was an elaborate presentation. So in the interest of time, today as your MC, I'm just going to be going right straight into the presentation, because remember, we are here half day, so we have to make sure we are cognizant of time so that we can also free up the room. So our next speaker is Dr. Latevi Mohammed Lawson. He's going to be coming to us virtually. And he is a Dr. Latevi is a distinguished mathematical physicist with expertise in theoretical, mathematical, and computational aspects of quantum sciences. He holds a PhD degree in theoretical physics at Institut de Mathématiques et des Sciences. The sciences physics. Read that in French. In Benin. Okay. I was really trying to show you my skills, but I'm failing terribly. In Benin in 2018, after earning his PhD, he was assistant lecturer of physics at University of Lome in Togo. Lome. He also made a significant contribution to the academic community through his work as a reviewer for reputable journals. In October 2020, he joined the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, AIMS, in Ghana, where he served as teaching assistant and postdoctoral researcher until now. In 2024, he joined the Theoretical Division Research in Hermitian Topological Phenomena as a visiting researcher at Max Planck Institute for the Sciences of Light in Germany. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dr. Latevi.
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hello. We can now hear
Hello?
and see you.
Hello.
Hello, doctor. Can you hear me?
Hello, doctor, we can hear you.
Hello. Okay.
Doctor, we can hear you.
Hello, Dr. Latevi.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. Right, thank you. So I want to put it in full screen. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Can I start? Can I start?
Yes.
Can. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation to give a talk here, and thank you for this summit. And he was introduced, I'm Lativi Lawson, and currently I'm a researcher associate to IMS Ghana, African Institute for Mathematical Science. I'm also a lecturer there. And yeah, I'm Francophone. Yeah, I realized that it's a little bit difficult for her to spell some word in French. Yeah, but she tried. That is very fantastic. To say that also my English is not very good, so I'm trying to improve. I'm still trying to improve my English till now. So yeah, thank you very much. So I'm working in the area of the quantum science in general, like mathematics, theory, and the computational aspect of quantum. And today, especially this year, 2025, we are witness a very big innovation in quantum because the quantum scientists are celebrating the 100 years of quantum mechanics. And the goal is how quantum can improve our current technology. That is the goal, that is the mission from the quantum science, what we call by the second revolution of quantum. How quantum can improve or how quantum can be applied to our current technology. So one of the aspects that people are taking is how people can use quantum computing, or how can we improve our computer, our classical computer, using the quantum theory. Another aspect also is how quantum also can improve our use energy, because the world in which we are living is based on the energy. If there is no energy, nothing is possible. So but the problem is we have insufficiency of the energy. We have a lack of the energy to improve our technology and many things. And today I'm going to show you that, okay, using quantum framework or quantum stuff, we can provide a solution for some of the energy that we use in our daily life, and can improve some of the technology, and will have many advantages for us in the future. So the title of my talk is a quantum solution for a sustainable kinetic energy in the future. So if you look at the background of my slide, you can see that there is an innovative technology like the plane, the train, all those things are using energy. We already know all those technology, but the point is to achieve this performance of this technology, we need a high energy. We need energy that is very, very higher than the one that we use before creating all those technology. So, but at our current state of knowledge, we have not yet all those energy. But today I'm going to show you that if we rely on the quantum, we can find a maximum energy to generate or to produce or this kind of technology. So I want to mention all those things today is only theory, but I hope that in the future we can find solution for that. So, okay. Yeah. What is energy? Energy is the ability to cause or to change, ability to cause change or to work. So energy, we have a different type of the energy. We have kinetic energy, like you can see, the energy that is related to the motion. when someone is displacing from one point to another one, we have this energy that we call kinetic energy. We have potential energy, and that is energy that is stored or to the position of state. You have thermal energy, you have chemical energy, you have electrical energy, and so on and so forth. So this is this different type of the energy that we have in our current life. Okay, but today I'm going to focus on the first energy, which is the kinetic energy, energy that is related to the motion. So this is a kinetic energy. Kinetic energy is the energy an object possesses due to its motion. But simply, if the object is moving, it has kinetic energy. It's energy that, for example, that is written in the form. I want to try to avoid a lot of mathematical stuff. But this formula, which is the kinetic energy, is a 1/2 times mass times the velocity of the system square raised at the square 2, raised at power 2. So this energy is the energy that control that led to run our car, our plane, our train, and so on and so forth. So the question that we can ask is how this energy are applied for running our car, our train, or all those things. Like the mathematical formula, how this mathematical formula is used to run this car and all those things. To get this energy, we rely to what we call by the fossil energy, like the petrol and the fuel and all those things. That is the only way today we use we use to gain energy to run our car. So, but unfortunately, all those fossil energy are polluted energy, and they are creating a damage to our climate. Like the scientists say, or the expert of climate science said, if we still continue to use the fossil energy or the fuel energy, we will damage our nature. We will damage our cities, and maybe in 100 years or 1,000 years, the way we look at, we have our city, our town, our world, it will be completely changed. So this is a big challenge today. So we have to find a solution. It means that we have to find renewable energy that can substitute our fuel energy. You can realize also that the fuel energy is the cause of many political issues today, but I don't want to take this aspect, but I want to relate it on the how this energy is polluting our climate and our environment. So today the solution for those energy is the renewable energy sources. Like you can have hydrogen energy, solar energy, wind energy. This is the kind of the solution to overcome all those kind of pollution energy. But the problem is the renewable energy also are not efficient. They are still not performant to run some of our technology. For example, you want to take plane to flight to go to France or Paris. You cannot use renewable energy because they are not very powerful for the use of the plane or all those things. So it's still an efficiency for this energy. So the question is, instead of using renewable energy, are there quantum energy can be a solution for efficiency of the energy or high performance of the energy? That is the question that people are asking. So the question is, what is a quantum energy? So I don't want to go through in detail of the quantum, but I just want to summarize what is quantum energy. In quantum, the energy are discrete. What I mean by discrete is in an atom, for example, we have electron and you have the nucleus. The electron are position are on the discrete level, it means that at n equal to 1, that is the position of an electron, n equal to 2, that is the position of another electron. And electron to generate energy, you have to move from one state, n1, to n2 before it generates the energy. It means that the electron have to jump from one state to another one. And before jumping from one state to another one, it requires a certain kind of the energy to move from one state to the energy, because the energy are not continuous, they are distributed in the system. Like here, this is the fundamental state of the electron that we call the ground state, and it have to move to the excited state before producing the energy. Okay, so before going that, he require a maximum or some kind of the energy before moving. So the problem is, if the electron doesn't have this energy, it will stay in ground state. And this also is a limit for the quantum energy to be very powerful. So the question that people ask, or we have asked during our research, is how can we make the transition of electron from one state to another one with a low energy? It means that they require a low energy to jump from one state to another one. That is what was our question. For example, so the best way to do that is for electron to move from the state E0 to E1. If we deform the state like this one, we reduce the distance between the state, the energy will have the minimum energy to jump from one state to another one. And if we have a minimum energy transition, therefore we can reach the high performance of energy. That is the goal of the talk. The talk is how to create a deformation that will reduce the space between the energy gap, so that we can have a minimum energy for electron to move from one state to another one. This is the goal of the talk. So in this talk, I'm going to present a mathematical model that will allow me to reduce the distance between the energy space. And once we try to do that, we are going to take some simple model like a particle and try to study how it behaves by reducing the space between the energy gap. And later I will finish what will be the advantage of this technology, or what could be the advantage of this minimum energy in our real lives here, how this energy can be useful for our daily life. So here I will try to reduce the mathematical tool here, okay, so that to be more understandable for everyone. Here I will present the mathematical tool that we propose. Here we consider in the first part here like something that we call Heisenberg algebra, okay, Heisenberg algebra. This algebra was invented by one of the father of the quantum mechanics, Werner Heisenberg. He proposed this type of the algebra. Here we have the position and momentum. He said that position and momentum in quantum mechanics will not be commuted. Is what we call by the Heisenberg algebra. So from this algebra, what we propose is we are going to deform this algebra by a kind of the parameter. Here we have a parameter tau here. Okay, if I take the parameter tau to be 0, just take it very simple. If I take the parameter here, which is the parameter of deformation, to be 0, I will recover my blue equation that is here. Okay, I think that is very simple. So that is the mathematical formulation that we are going to use to generate high maximal energy. Okay, so look at the parameter tau like the one that will reduce the space between the energy gap. Okay, so the point is we take a free particle. Free particle is a particle that is very simple. You have only Hamiltonian that is written in the form this form. Okay, free particle is an energy, is a particle that is not constrained, is a free, is not constrained by any potential. Okay, so we are going to emerge this free particle. We are going to study the motion of this particle in this deformed algebra and see how it behaves. Okay, so in quantum mechanics, to study an object or system, you look for his spectrum, or what we call by the eigenvalue, or what we call by the energy level. Like in the first picture here, if you after studying, solving all the equations, you come to this plot. Okay, the plot at my left here is the quantum energy level with the deformation. We can realize that the quantum level here are deformed. Okay, if you look at the ground state, the blue here is the ground state. In the first state, the first excited state, you can say that, okay, this energy, this level is deformed. And as we increase the level of the energy, okay, you can see that the deformation becomes stronger. So in my right is the energy transition. So this graph telling me that, okay, if we require a very minimum energy for a particle to jump from one state to another one. So this is my target. Like I said that in the introduction, the goal is to look for the minimum energy. So here we deform the quantum level, and in the second picture, we realize that for a particle to move from one state to another one, it requires a very few transition energy. It didn't need too much energy to move from one state to the second one. So it's what the second graph is telling me. Now, let's study the density of the particle. Now, since they reduce the energy gap from the last slide, we realize that here is the density of the particle at the ground state. The yellow is the presence of the particle, and the dark is the absence of the particle. Okay, we can realize that our ground state, which is the fundamental state of the particle, once we have deformed our space, we reduce the gap. There is a lot of particle in the ground state. There is a density of the particle in the ground state, which is very, very good things. If we increase at the fifth excited state, we can realize that the density of the particle in the system doubly increase. So this trying to tell us that if you have a lot of particle in our system, this lot of density particle will introduce a high density energy. So if I still continue to increase the number of the level, you can realize that the presence of the particle become increasingly high. And for n equal to 30 means that energy in my system, or the particle that will create high energy, are very dense in my system. This is a quantum solution, and if we can find a technology to capture all those theory, you can have high energy to improve our technology. So one of the prediction of this work is this work will help us to understand how enzyme catalysis works. Okay, in biology there is an open problem that we call enzyme catalysis, how we use the enzyme catalyze the substrate to product using a few energy. And also one problem also is still not understood by the biologists is the photosynthesis. If you still know how the plant, all those things transform the solar energy at 90% to the biological energy, we can use this technology, or how we can take this one and apply it to the our solar system or our photovoltaic system. So with my theory that we present, that we think that it can be applied for all those biological systems. So the last point of my talk is how this quantum deformation can be very advantageous for our real life. How, because what I presented before is in the quantum world, is in the imaginary world, is in the world of the particle. But the question is how this one can be improve our life, our daily life here. Is what that is the goal of the 100 years of the quantum anniversary, is how to bring the quantum world to our daily life and how it can improve our technologies, is what I mean by quantum advantage. So the point is, the first application is how it can improve our motion. If I have a system from point A to a point B, it can use a different path. It can use the path at the both here, or the path in the middle, and the path or in the at the last point. So the goal is to move from the point A to the point B. What is the minimum path for a system to use? If you are facing this challenge, the goal is to find which is the straightest or which is the shortest path to move from A to the B, is what we call by a minimum path, or this theory is called by path theory. Okay, so the goal is to find the minimum path in this deformed space. So the point at the end of the day, if the system moves from A to B, you have to use a kind of the energy, a kinetic energy that I mentioned at the beginning. I mentioned that the kinetic energy is the energy that is related to the motion. Okay, so in deformed space, in our ordinary day life, the kinetic energy that I presented before is given by this formula. Okay, this is a mass over 2 times distance square over speed square. Okay, all those things mean the velocity. This is our daily energy, kinetic energy. Okay, now if I take account of the deformation that I introduced in the quantum world, I bring this deformation in our real life, we find that we generalize our kinetic energy. So you can realize that the difference here is the presence of the tau, which is the deformation that I talked about. This deformation will reduce the space between the gap between the quantum energy level. Okay, so you can realize that okay, this energy is generalized to this one. We already know this energy in our high school. Now we say that we have a different sort of kinetic energy, which is in this form. This one is from a long computation, and we come to this one. So the goal is, I'm going to take a system, apply how this energy can be very advantageous for us. Okay, let's take this beautiful car. Okay, this beautiful car which I have, I want to find how our new kind of kinetic energy can improve this technology. Okay, so suppose that our beautiful car have the mass of 1282 kilogram. Okay, and it's supposed to run at distance of 15 kilometers in 1 hour. Okay, if I compute the kinetic energy that we learned from our high school, I will find energy of 8.7 joule. This is the energy for a system to run for 15 kilometers in 1 hour with a mass 1282 kilogram. Okay, to buy this energy, or to have this energy 8.7 joule, we need, for example, let's take an example, a fuel, because we need a fuel to get this energy, which is 8.7 joule, which is 5 liters fuel. Let's suppose that. And here, 5 liters, let's suppose that, okay, I will be in the international currency, is 9 euros. Okay, to have this 8.7 joule energy, for a common person, if you have 9 euros, you can buy this energy to run a car, or you can buy this fuel, which is 5 liters. So with the energy, all our car that we use every day, that is the way you use this formula. Now, with this formula that we form now, we discover, we take the same situations, okay? We have the same mass of the system, with same time of traveling, the distance, which is 15 kilometers. Now we have additional parameter, which is the parameter that reduce the energy. This parameter can take value from 0 to 1, okay? So we fix the first value for this energy, which is 0.9. You can realize that the corresponding energy is a 3.10 power raised at power minus 5. If we compare this energy to 8, we can realize that this energy is very, very reduced, is very minimum energy. And in terms of the fuel, instead of having 5 liters of fuel or petrol, we have this value, which doesn't reach even 1 liters of petrol. So it's a 13 point power of negative 6 liters. It even doesn't reach 1 drop of fuel if we use this kind of energy. So the price in terms of money, the money that you require to buy this energy is compared to €9 is completely useless. It means that in the future we don't need money. We don't need money to buy energy or fuel to run our car. If we take another value of the parameter tau, which is 0.1, you find that energy required also is still decreasing. Okay, instead of having 8.7 joule, now you have 2.10 power negative 5 joule, which is very, very, very small energy. Very small energy to do the same thing. The fuel, the liter of the fuel that you need, also it doesn't reach 1 drop of fuel, and the money also very, very reduced. So this is the theory that we present. Now all those things, if you can use less energy to run our car, to run our artificial intelligence, we can see that okay, the problem of climate change and the pollution of our environment are solved. So this is the theory. Now we require a technology. Now we have not yet taken theory account, but we hope that in the future a brilliant mind can find a technology that can take account of this one. And I find that using this energy, it can solve a lot of problems in the future. So this is the summarize of my presentation. Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Is that possible, our tech team? Can we have him on the screen? Seems like we lost him. Dr. Letevi, but you're still on the call?
Hello.
Oh, hi. There you are. We just wanted to
Hello.
appreciate you. The audience is here and they just wanted to appreciate you. Thank you so much. We wished you I'm not so sure if you can see us from the other side, but we just wanted to appreciate you with a round of applause. So thank you so much for that presentation. So together, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, go. 2. Yes. Dr. Letevi, thank you so much for that presentation. And from us to you, we say asante sana.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Dr. Nelson. So I just want to read, no, doctor? I have doctor here. Okay. You are refusing the name doctor. I would have gladly taken it. Doctor, call me doctor. Mister? Should I call you Mister? Mr. Nelson is a wellness practitioner and strategist who incorporates both traditional Chinese medicine and contemporary frequency-based technology in providing practical and clear health solutions. He assists customers with such tools as Magnosic, Itera Care, Oxytop, and Prive Wellness products that enable the clients to boost their energy, circulation, and general vitality. Nelson has developed a result-driven strategy that streamlines complicated health data and enables customers to gain in the ability to control their well-being. He deals with families, seniors, and professionals in the field of wellness, providing insight on early detection, early to follow protocols, and natural solutions. Nelson is also a business leader in the wellness sector, where he has been creating teams and leading practitioners to implement more elaborate wellness technology in their services. His purpose is to increase the availability of modern and non-invasive wellness solutions and develop a healthy, informed community interested in health over the long term. So, Mr. Nelson, the floor is yours. Okay, round of applause as he makes it to the stage. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Stable position to put it. Cool. Good afternoon. Hey guys, energy. You're in a quantum conference. Quantum is all about energy, isn't it? Good afternoon. That's a bit better, but not quite there. Good afternoon. Hey, you guys are asleep. Okay. I like the previous Dr. Levy's presentation because it laid a foundation of what we are going to present. Dr. Levy's presentation was a bit on the theory side. We come now to the practical side. He talked about energy on the quantum level, didn't he? Didn't he? Or guys are not paying attention? Guys are not paying attention. He talked about the energy and how energy affects the atom, and how quantum energy affects the atom. Now, we move that energy from the atom on a kinetic field, and from a kinetic level, to energy in our cells. The human cell is made up of molecules. Is that true? Is that true? Those molecules are made up of what? Made up of what? They're made up of atoms, isn't it? So hydrogen molecules are made up of atoms, oxygen molecules are made up of atoms, and so on, nitrogen and so on, isn't it? Inside those atoms, we have the proton, we have the electron, and we have the nucleus, isn't it? And the electron and the protons are going around the nucleus, right? No? Correct me? Right? So, what is holding that atom together? That these things are not flying all over the place. What's holding it together? No, it's not centrifugal force. It is energy that is holding those electrons and protons from flying away from the nucleus. Are you together? And that energy is what we are referring to as quantum energy. Now, what we are doing here is basically bringing all that into the wellness industry. I want you to imagine with me for a moment a world where people take charge of their health, where you are responsible for your own health and you take charge of your health, but now using quantum. So we'll start off with a quick demo before we move on to the presentation. I need a volunteer, 2 volunteers, a man and a female, a man and a woman. Okay, I have so many hands. I need a volunteer. There is one. We have a lady. I need another volunteer, preferably a gent. Cool. Cool. So, what do you have? The sockets? Yeah. Give me a pro. Give me this. We don't need to switch this on. Give me the pro. Hope the cable is long enough. Sorry? So, we're going to do an energy test. We're going to see how energetic she is. I am going to pull her down. Basically what we're doing, we're testing her center of gravity. We're going to see how much energy she has in her body. So, I want you to brace yourself. Are you ready? Don't lean forward, just stand straight. 1, 2, 3. See how quickly she's falling? Yeah, again. 1, 2, with just one hand. So, in this particular case, what we're going to do, I will energize a spot on the floor using this device. What's your name, my dear? Yeah? Nelly. Now I want you to come and stand here. Now your hands again at the back. Ready? Now let's move in front again. Again, to your back. She can't fall. Thank you, Nelly. Now, that's quantum energy right there. We've transferred that energy from that device to the floor. This device is called an Itera Care device. It uses 3 core technologies. It has quartz crystal, it has terahertz frequency, and the third technology in it is quantum. And that's what we've transferred, that quantum energy into her body. Now, for my gentleman, what's your name? Huh? Joseph. Now, with Joseph, we're going to do similar experiment, but now we're going to use water. Rukia, can I have some water, please? Straight fast. Now, Are you right-handed or left-handed? Right. I want you to stand. I don't want you to stand where we energize the floor. So I want you to stand there. Put your feet together. Again, we are testing her center of gravity. His center of gravity, sorry. So stand straight, be firm. Okay? Ready? Hey, boss. You've not been fed, eh? Ready? Now, I want you to drink this water and let's see whether it gives you some energy. Cool. Feet together again. Ready? Nothing doing. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. Now, I want you to come and stand here. Right here. Yeah, face the audience. Ready? Let's take a step back. Yeah. Ready? Even I would think he's shiny. Yeah, okay. Guys are saying, I can see guys shaking their hands back there. So, what I'm now going to do is, I'm going to put the quantum energy into the water by blowing into the water. That's all the water is doing. Okay. Now back here. Your hand again. Feet together. Ready? Let's go here. And he's going to remain with that energy. He's going to remain with that energy until when his phone rings. Until he uses his phone, he's going to remain with that energy. Because the phone has something we call ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is anything that takes energy away from you. Non-ionizing is anything that puts energy into your body. Are you together? So let's get into our presentation. I'll be real quick. How much time do you have? 20 minutes. Cool. So, welcome to the frequency revolution. We want Africa to reclaim her vitality with the power of terahertz frequency, bioresonance, and bioresonance technology, and quantum restoration. So, a quick disclaimer, our products are not medical devices. Our products are not medical devices. These are home appliances meant for your well-being. Maumivu yakizidi muone nani? Daktari. We are not offering diagnosis. We are not offering we are not claiming to cure. We are not making any of those claims. Okay. However, our principle is this. May you never know what diseases you prevent. Are you together? For those who drive, the law requires that you have insurance for your car. Right? When you buy insurance for your car, are you buying insurance because you're hoping you'll get an accident? How many of you here have a medical cover? Show of hands. For those of you who have a medical cover, when you took the medical cover, are you taking it with the hope that you'll get sick? But you take the medical cover so that in the unfortunate eventuality you get sick, you will be able to afford your treatment, isn't it? and you hope you'll never get sick. So this is the premise also that we have come up with these technologies. So I will not do the whole presentation. I'll be skipping through some of the slides. So I'll just go through the slides that are relevant to today's discussion. Now, vitality is a condition of being alive as opposed to death or neurosis. And vital energy is basically energy pertaining to life and necessary to life. So some quick technical terms. So why frequency and vibration matter? The previous speaker spoke about energy moving from one stage to the next stage in the atom. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Now, when that energy declines, when it comes now to our cells, that's when we start saying that we are feeling low. Isn't it? When you're sick, you feel low of energy. When you're sick, you're not able to do things that you're normally able to do. Isn't that true? Isn't that true, guys? I like participatory audiences. So quantum physics teaches us that the universe responds to frequency. But it doesn't recognize your personal desires or needs, and only the frequency that you vibrate at. So, if you're a joyful person, you tend to attract people who are joyful in your life. For those people who are always complaining and moaning, you find that they hang around people who are always complaining and doing what? And moaning. There's an English proverb that says, birds of a feather flock together. Because you tend to attract what you send out. People who vibrate at fear, guilt, shame, are going to attract more of that. They're going to feel more guilty. They're going to attract more fear. They're going to attract more shame. Vibrate at the frequency of love, and you attract that which you send out. You attract more love. Like a tuning fork or vibration that shatters glass, it has to be the right frequency. So basically that's what we are doing with these devices. We are just introducing the correct frequency in your body for your body to get into a position where it's able to repair itself. Change your frequency, lifestyle, thoughts, and attitude, and it changes the universe. Everything is energy. Do you believe that? Everything is what? Energy. You are energy, I'm energy. These lights that you're seeing here, the cameras, everything is energy. Even this table is sending out energy. And energy is the building block of all matter. So everything is vibrating. Atoms and molecules are in constant motions and oscillating at various frequencies. Now, because of that, if you pay attention to your vitality and your energy levels, you're able to tune your body to whatever it is that you want to attract. So if you want to attract good health, you think positive thoughts, you think thoughts to do with health, you're going to attract good health. You think of thoughts of sickness, illness. Who has ever seen someone or has ever been in a situation where someone says, I feel sick, or they own a disease? Who has ever seen that? And then you notice that that person actually gets sick. I feel like I'm getting this. Yeah? What you say, you send out energy, and that energy attracts what you eventually get. I know this sounds like I'm way out there and quantum is way out there, but trust me, all these things are related. Yeah? When you speak, the words that you speak, you're actually sending out quantum energy, and that quantum energy attracts what it is that you're asking for. So, for example, in the physical body, your bone, if we were to remove the bone from the body and we put it on the table here, what happens to that bone? Sorry? Yes, it will die. The bone, for the bone to live, it must be inside the body. It cannot live outside the body. Right? So, in the same breath, you can talk yourself to being sick. There was a boy in India who lost his leg. And he saw a salamander. A salamander is a type of a lizard. He saw a salamander grow back a leg. And he asked himself, why can't he grow a leg? And this is an actual documented case. And within a few years, the boy had grown back his leg. Just with the power of the mind. Yeah? And there's this experiment that was done at Baxter University where they experimented with plants. And so they had 2 plants. So the students were told to speak kind words to one plant and unkind words to another plant. But the watering schedule, the source of the water, the source of the plant, the source of the soil were identical. The plant that was showered with words of love blossomed. But the plant that was showered with hateful, mean words withered away. There's also another experiment done by a Japanese scientist where he got students to speak to a rice bowl, to 2 rice bowls. So the third rice bowl was a control. They didn't speak anything to it. One, they spoke words of love. The other one, they spoke words of hate. Within 3 days, the one that they spoke to words of hate had fermented, had rotten away. But the one that was spoken to words of love took longer to start fermenting. And when it fermented, it didn't rot, it fermented. While the control just rotted away naturally after a while. Okay? So, again, you can see there the plant that was bullied and the plant that was praised. So, light and frequency. All life on earth owes its existence to energy from the sun. And this energy can be captured in frequency and stored in our foods and our herbs. Again, quantum. Food has frequency. All foods have frequency. The clothes we wear also have frequency. So here we have emotional frequencies. These are the emotions that the frequency you emit when you have when you feel certain emotions. And these are the frequencies you get from wearing certain types of apparel. So linen, wool, hemp have some of the highest frequencies. When you have fabrics like spandex, acrylic, nylon, and polyester having very low frequencies. So there are healing frequencies out there. When on a break, somebody mentioned about sound. You can use sound for healing. You can use frequency, quantum frequency for healing. And what these do is that it's not the devices that heal. It's not the sound that heal you. What these sounds and frequencies do is that they activate your cells to self-recovery. Okay? All we do is basically activate your body's natural ability to repair itself. Because everybody was born with that. These devices are not healing you. All they are doing is activating your cells so that the cells can repair themselves. So the future is here. These are basically technologies that already exist that are using quantum and frequency therapies. This is ultrasound. I'm sure some of you have come across it, the ladies, when you go for clinic. We have med beds where you lie in it and your body is put under frequencies and the body repairs itself. And then we have energy healing techniques that have been used. Some of these techniques are very old. We have things like pranic healing, we have Reiki, we have crystal healing, energy healing. All these are there. Some of them have been existing for several years. But all these use frequency and they use quantum. Now, Albert Einstein said that the future of medicine will be the medicine of frequencies. Yeah? Okay. In physics, high school physics, I think it was Form 2 or Form 3, depending on when you left school, we learned about resonance. This is where you take a tuning fork and another tuning fork tuned to the same frequency. You hammer one and the other one starts vibrating. Do you guys remember that experiment? I guess I've gone asleep again. I think I only have one attentive person in this room. So that is called resonance. Now, what happens is the terahertz frequency is basically the same frequency your cells are vibrating at in the natural state. Now, when we introduce a terahertz frequency generated by this device, what happens is it excites your cell. Professor Levy talked about exciting the atoms, if you remember from his presentation. So basically that's what we're doing. We excite the atoms in your body. The cells start vibrating at their natural frequency. This wakes the body up, and the body is able to identify any abnormal cell, any cell that is asleep, and the body wakes up immediately. But most importantly is that you also get the energy. Remember, what is a cell? A cell is a storage of energy. The reason why the cell goes into a state of disease is because it has run out of energy. So basically what we're doing here is introducing energy using quantum technology, which happened instantaneously, like you saw Joseph over here. Yeah? Introduce that very quickly, and using resonance, it gets into the body, and the body is able to start identifying what's wrong with it, and the body starts recovering. So we also have energy fields that promote healing. I like using this example. Have you ever been in a matatu? This usually happens in matatus. And someone came and sat next to you. They have not talked to you. They even probably smell very nice. But for some reason, you can't wait for them to get off the matatu. Ever been in that situation? Ever been in that situation? Why? Why is it that this person who has not talked to you, you don't know them from Adam, suddenly you cannot wait for them to get off, or you can't wait to get to your stage so that you get off? Why is that? Because of the energy and the frequency that they're emitting. That energy is not resonating with what? With your own energy. Yet there's someone else who can come, and you can't wait to meet them. You can't wait to start talking to them. Isn't that so? Again, it's the same thing. So it's about the frequency that you are emitting and the frequency that that other person is emitting. Yeah, we call this the auric field. So when you're healthy, your auric field is even, and it has no defects. And basically, this is someone who's living a healthy lifestyle. A sick person, the auric field is uneven, and the distribution of energy is uneven around them. And then you have a very sick person. This one, they have breaks in their aura. Yeah? And the people you feel, the example I've just given, where someone comes and sits next to you and you can't wait for them to get off, are usually falling in one of these two categories. Yeah? And their sickness might not even be physical, it might be mental, but you don't know. Yeah? So they're emitting a negative energy that you don't want to be around. And your body's defense system is just telling you need to get out of this situation. So we have things like Kalian photography. This reads your auric field. But these are very expensive gadgets. It's able to read your auric field, and you can tell how sick one is. So, I'd mentioned about the body's self-healing ability. The body is able to repair itself, provided you give it the right conditions. And that is what at Prife International we're striving to do. We are trying to help you put your body in a situation where, number one, you prevent yourself from getting sick, and that when you get sick, you're able to recover quicker. But remember, I said, maumivu yakizidi muone nani? Thank you. So, we have three primary effects from our devices. Number one, we use them for energy balancing. I've talked about the auric field. This helps you balance your auric field. It helps you improve communication and undoing of energy blockages. In Chinese medicine, the Chinese say that all diseases are caused by a blockage in the system. The blockage could be circulatory, it could be a nerve blockage, it could be a lymphatic blockage, or it could be an energy blockage. So once you start getting rid of those blockages, your body starts recovering itself. And then stimulation of neuropeptides production, and this is basically the natural pharmacy in your system that helps you get better. So I'm not going through everything, I'm skipping some because they're not relevant to this talk today. So our cells talk to each other through bioelectricity and frequency. Remember when we were talking about the self-talk that you give yourself? When you're telling yourself you're sick and you get sick, when you tell yourself that you're healthy and you get better, yeah, that is because once you start sending the right frequency to your body, the body responds in the same way. Okay? So all cells do this, even bacteria. The transmitter is a DNA, and also the receiver is a DNA. There was a paper I was reading last week, and they were talking about how they've discovered, these are some scientists in the US, I think from MIT, that they've discovered that the DNA, how it's stored in the body, if you are to stretch it out, it's actually an antenna. It's able to receive energy and frequencies, and it's also able to send out energy and frequency. Remember, each and every cell in your body has DNA in it. So you're able to receive energy and you're able to send out energy. So the energy that you receive can influence how you feel as a person. But remember, this DNA antenna works at the quantum level. The quantum level, things work at the speed of thought, that quickly. Here we're not dealing about the physical level. Where physical level, the fastest speed we know is the speed of light, isn't it? Isn't it? That's the fastest speed. At the quantum level, everything happens at the speed of thought. I don't know whether it was covered yesterday about quantum entanglement. Did you cover anything like that yesterday? Okay. So quantum entanglement basically means that something that is here can influence something that is on the other side of the universe at the speed of thought. So, have you ever been in a situation where you think of someone and they call you immediately? Ever been in that situation? That is quantum right there. That's quantum, and that's quantum entanglement. Where you think of someone and someone calls you. Yeah? Or you think of someone and then you receive news about them. Yeah? Or you're in a situation where you feel something cut across your stomach, and you think of someone and then you heard they were involved in an accident or something. Exactly. Exactly. There you go. So she's saying, when you think of something, you're going through a problem, and then the first thought that comes in, and it's the first solution, it's the best solution to go for. That's still quantum. That's for the people who are able to tap from the quantum field. And I would like to encourage everyone here, when we leave this place, don't let this talk die here. Go research about the quantum field and how to tap from the quantum field. It's very, very empowering. It's extremely empowering. And it's not that difficult to do. You don't require special tools like this. It's something that you can learn to do, and you can do it yourself. Yeah? So, I want to just mention quickly that our devices. So, our first device is called the Itera Care. The Itera Care is a cutting-edge medical innovation for the home with clinical use. It's been demonstrated to improve circulation. And what it does is that it excites your cells to dance. I want you to think when you're happy and you feel like dancing. How do you feel? Do you feel sad when you feel like dancing? How do you feel? You feel joyful, isn't it? You feel energetic, isn't it? That's the same thing with our cells. When the cells are excited, they want to dance. And when they want to dance, when they're dancing, the body starts recovering. Right? Then we have bioresonance, and this technique uses devices that detect and correct imbalances in the body electromagnetic fields. And the terakia can penetrate between 20 and 30 centimeters into the body. Now, very quickly, let's look at what is terahertz. I've been talking about terahertz. Now, terahertz is a spectrum of frequencies. These are the frequencies between far infrared and microwave. Okay? That is basically what terahertz is. It's basically a frequency. It's light. We're basically working with light here. Okay? It's an electromagnetic wave band situated between microwaves and infrared, as you can see from this chart. Infrared gets up to 10 to the power 13, and microwave starts at 10 to the power of 11 hertz. Now, like I mentioned earlier, terahertz is a frequency that our cells vibrate at naturally. So, and actually all living things. So when you introduce terahertz frequency to any living object, any living thing like plants, animals, human beings, the cells get excited and they're able to regenerate quicker. So terahertz currently has been determined as safe. Anybody who's been through the airport, we have body scanners where they check whether you're carrying any harmful devices. These devices use terahertz. So it's not nothing new. It's nothing new. It's things that a lot of people have been using. Terahertz is used for communication. Who's heard of 6G? It's coming out, I think, next year or the year after. 6G in our phone technology. Who's heard of 6G? 6G is going to use terahertz. So it's something that is basically already there. It's also used in aviation, and now it's come to the biomedical world. In the Americans call terahertz the wave of life, as it matches the vibrational frequency of human cells and can resonate with them. Japanese call it the light of life because it has the ability to influence the cells, and then the Chinese call it God's wave band. That's how powerful terahertz are. So I mentioned about quantum energy therapy. This device in here has a crystal. It has a crystal tube that is the one that is generating the quantum energy. And whether this device is on or off, the quantum energy is being generated. So you can sleep with it under your pillow and you'll still enjoy the terahertz frequency even if the device is not on. So I mentioned about the benefits among include cell resonance, detoxification, relieves discomforts, calm energy, and we also use it for wanding the waters. You saw me do with Joseph. And what that does is that it helps you hydrate better. Many people have know about how you drink water, and then you go to the washroom immediately. And then 2 minutes later, you're feeling thirsty again. That already tells you that the body did not get to absorb the water. But when you blow the water like I did with what we did with Joseph, is that his body was able to absorb the water quicker, but also on top of that, he was able to absorb the quantum energy. It also helps balance the meridians. We talked about blockages, energy blockages. Okay, we have the Iteracare Bio, which is here. It's also doing what this does, but now this one is a step-on device. You just step on it as you're watching TV in the evening, and it gives you the therapy as you sit on it. So we have several types of frequency healing. We have low energy, low intensity PMF energy. This is pulse electromagnetic frequency that require treatments that last for a very long time or may need to be continuous. We have high intensity, and then we have high intensity focused, and then we have this usually for high intensity you get them at medical establishments. Then we have Nikola Tesla, who said the electromagnetic field has been clinically tried for better health and longevity. Again, go research on the Tesla coil. These technologies that we are showing here are not new. They've been there. It's just that they're just getting to this part of the world now. The Chinese, the Japanese, the Russians have been using them for years. It's just that we are getting to know about them right now. So, I will leave it there, and I'm open for questions.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Questions?
There's a question there.
Hello. Okay, so does it have any sort of relation with spirituality?
Sorry?
Does it have any sort of relation with spirituality? Because you are talking about the power of the mind and all that. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a tough question to answer in this forum. Everything is spiritual. Everything is spiritual.
Allow me to see if there's another question so that you can
Okay.
take all of them at once.
Okay.
Any other question? Oh, okay.
My question is similar to hers, especially because we're all, actually, I think most of the table is made up of physicists and physics students.
Speak up.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. My question is similar to hers, especially because majority of the table I'm seated on is made up of physicists and physics students. And so the thought process is really interesting, but I'm curious as to what the actual, scientific testing behind it is. And when we speak of energy, what exactly are we saying? Or when we speak of the term quantum energy, what exactly are we saying?
Mhm.
Is technically all energy
Yeah.
is quantum energy?
Yeah.
I'm just curious as to whether it is more spiritual and metaphysical based, or if there's actual
Okay.
grounded peer-reviewed research.
Oh, cool. That's a very good question.
I would like to start by thanking you for doing what you're doing. That's great innovation. Also, maybe make a comment. The first question is actually very, very hard to answer. I can feel your struggle. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I was saying the first question is actually very, very, very hard to answer in the forum we're in. Because there's no spiritual evidence that can be proven scientifically. But my question is, you mentioned something on the first tests, arguably the first test, how do I put it, transmission is at speed of thought. But now my question was, is it something that we agree to disagree, or is it generally accepted? Because if you do a first principle perspective, impulses, thoughts travel on impulses or neuroactivity. But you see, an impulse is a transmission. So that means an impulse has mass. So it can't be faster than light. What do you think about it?
Okay. Can I first answer those questions?
Yes.
Okay,
Take
cool.
those ones first.
So, to the physicists in the room, life is unfortunately, fortunately, physical, but it's mostly spiritual. However, about the studies, there have been numerous studies about terahertz, how the terahertz work, and these devices are certified by the Beijing Institute of Science, which is the MIT equivalent in China. Okay? So this is proven science. It's proven science. The question is, we live in a time where we look at one side of the coin and not look at the other side of the coin. Does that make sense? So if the narrative comes from one side of the globe, we ignore everything else that comes from another side of the globe. Are you together? I don't want to be political. Yeah? But the beauty about this room is that we have young minds. And young minds, I I would want to encourage you to research, because there's a lot more research than what we know. Are you together? Now, in science, up until a few years ago, we were operating under the Newtonian laws, physical laws, that everything has an effect. Remember the Newton's 3 laws, right? And that is where a lot of the physics that we are taught in school we come from. But now when you come to the quantum physics, things start changing a bit. Things stop making sense. And that's why it's very hard to separate spirituality and quantum physics. It's very difficult to separate the two. Yeah? So when we talk about quantum, it's very hard to avoid talking of quantum on a scientific front and not mention the metaphysical, because the two intersect somehow. So my challenge to you is go do your research. Go do your research. I'm not asking you to believe anything I say. In fact, don't believe anything I say. Yeah? Because when you don't believe anything I say, then you go and research about it with a skeptical mind, and then you're going to find the truth in there. Are you together? Yeah? So go do some research. Go learn about quantum physics. Go learn more. There's something you're going to learn that will either prove what I say or will disapprove what I say, which is still okay, because that's what science is supposed to be. Are you together? There was a third question there. Can you remind me your question? Sorry. Or speed of thought. Thank you. That actually is not me saying. That was said by Albert Einstein when they were studying, when they were coming up with the nuclear bomb. That's when they discovered that there are things that actually operate faster than the speed of light, and that's at the quantum level. Because remember, the quantum level here we are working at below the cell, at below the atom, smaller than the atom. That's the level at which you're operating. And that's now where we start talking about things like quantum entanglement, where one atom can influence another atom across the world in like a jiff. And that's why we say at the speed of thought, because, well, the speed of thought is not a scientific measure of speed, isn't it? It's not a measure of speed. Yeah? But the thought happens almost instantaneously. Yeah? That's why they say the speed of thought, because you can't measure that. It happens instantaneously. Yeah? So it's not the phrase speed of thought is not scientific. Yeah, it's not scientific. Yes. Any other question? There's a question there. Somebody give her the mic. There's a question there.
Okay, she had also asked for you to clarify what exactly you mean by energy, frequency, and vibration. And also, okay, you did give a disclaimer that the devices are not medical devices.
Sorry, the second part?
You gave a disclaimer that
Yeah.
the devices are not medical devices, right?
Yeah.
However, don't you think that your explanation is an oversimplification of medical concepts and illnesses?
Thank you. Let me first answer the first part of the question. What do I mean by energy, frequency, and vibration? Energy, how do you measure energy? Sorry? Joules. But what are joules? Unit of energy. Again, you'll start going around in a circle. You've just used the first word to define the second word. Right? But energy is basically vibration and frequency. Something vibrating at a certain rate is what we call frequency, isn't it? isn't it? Yeah? So that is what we mean by energy, frequency, and vibration. So, for example, if I was to take this and drop it, it falls at a certain rate, right? And then when it hit the table, it generated some energy, isn't it? That's why you had the sound. That sound, that energy, how do we measure it? How did we get the sound? How did that sound get to your ear? Sorry? Conversion of energy. So, but the sound was waves that travel at a certain frequency to your ear, isn't it? And that's how everything is. I am not coming up with these concepts. These are concepts that scientists before our time came up with. That actually, Nikola Tesla said that if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. I hope everybody here knows who Nikola Tesla was. Yeah, he's the one who came up with alternating current. Yeah, he said if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Okay? Second part of the question was? Spirituality. No. Or oversimplifying. Yes, it sounds like we're oversimplifying. But then again, not everything has to be complicated. Albert Einstein said, if you cannot explain anything to a 5-year-old in a language that a 5-year-old would understand, then you don't understand the material. That's Albert Einstein, not me. He said, if you cannot explain it in a way a 5-year-old can understand it, then you don't understand the material you're talking about. So the way when I'm teaching, I will teach in very simple language. And I avoid complex terms. I completely avoid complex terms. Yeah. If it was that simple, good? Let's have another session behind the tent about that.
Okay. I can see that the questions for Mr. Nelson, really interesting questions, many questions, and I wish we had more time for the session to ask further questions, but in the interest of time, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let me help you with that. Thank you so much. We need a photo up here. Who was that?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon again. All right, my name is Gidaiga Timothy Muriyoki. I'm here to invite our Ds who participated in our side event. So in the building up of this summit, we did a side event, the Kiskit Fall Fest, supported by IBM and other key partners in our ecosystem and community. So the Kiskit Fall Fest is an annual global celebration of quantum. So we organize it in support of IBM, and we want to invite you guys to participate in our next year's event. Please be keen to look on our pages, website for what's going on there. And since I'm the one standing between you and lunch, I'll want to be quick. So for the students who participated in that particular side event, I'd like to call your names and invite you to receive awards for participating and for winning the challenge that we had for that particular side event. So if you know you participated or you're supposed to be awarded, please stay on standby. But I want to first call Anne Miano. So if you're in the room, please quickly come. Anne Miano. Is she in the room? Okay, do we have Ayana Ndete? Okay, do we have Catherine Siombua? Let's clap for her as she comes. Let's clap for her as she comes.
Is our gifts ready? You coming? Okay. Okay, as they're here. We have George Semaganda all the way from Uganda. Let's welcome him. Linda Plating. She's the lead of IEEE Photonic Society of Kenya. So thank you, Marceline. Yeah. We have Mr. Nelson Mukora, the one who just presented from PRIFE. Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, together with Rukia, you may come for your We just have word. So the summit was organized by Quantum KE, which is us, represented by me, team, and the rest of the team, which is here on ground. Then we also had Africa Quantum Consortium, which was our main partner. They assisted in terms of resource mobilization as well as peak engagement. And we have one of the representatives who will be joining us virtually. So she'll be speaking and giving us a brief overview. There's a state of quantum in Africa white paper that she'll be presenting briefly, and a bit about AQC. So we'll give her an audience of around 10 minutes before we can wind down with a vote of thanks and the closing photo session. So Temi, I think if media team we're ready, we can listen to her remarks of our other co-organizer. Okay, thank you.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
I'm sure everyone can hear me. So am I able to share my screen also? Because I want to share my screen.
Yes.
So hi everyone, I'm Temitope Adeniyi. I am presently a PhD student at Cleveland State University here in the US, and I'm originally from Nigeria. I work on quantum computing and AI for my research, where I try to use artificial intelligence to help quantum system in terms of autonomous optimization, autonomous mitigation, and things like that. So I joined the AQC as a means of myself giving back to the country. Even though I'm here, I want to give back to my country. I want to give back to Africa as a whole. And since then, we've been doing a lot with the African Quantum Consortium, which is founded by Farai. So I believe he gave a speech yesterday. So the consortium has some core members which have been helping us. Everything we've been doing actually has been voluntary work, and our goal is to unite Africa in terms of the talent, the research, the partnership, industry, policy, and also in terms of helping Africa in quantum economy. So we hope that through our initiative, we want to move quantum forward in Africa. So far, we've done a lot of work. We have a core team and advisory board across 9 countries. We have representatives from over 15 countries, and we've done a lot of roundtables which involve more than 100 leaders across different countries in Africa. And we just published our State of Quantum in Africa white paper, which is one of the most biggest work that I'm proud of so far in the AQC, because we took our time to analyze the state of quantum all over every country, all the 54 countries in Africa. And I'll be presenting that also. We've enabled over 400 students from across 23 countries through IBM. We've launched a fellowship with Innovate Lab in Nigeria, where we are training over 20 students for free on quantum computing and artificial intelligence. And we've had engagement all over different networks all over the world, in Africa and also in the diaspora. So the goal is that we want to be able to, influence different area, different sectors of quantum in Africa, from, the quantum and AI to academia, to security, to smarter circuits, even to the grassroots. And our goal is that we want to unify, we want to clarify, we want to influence, and we want to fund. So we want to build a power network all over Africa, such that we African minds, in terms of research, policy, industry, all come together as a force to influence quantum in the whole continent. So the white paper was published recently, which is, as I said, one of the most interesting work so far. Can everyone see my screen, right? I'm sharing something. So I'm not sure. I didn't get a confirmation, but I'll go ahead because I'm sharing the white paper. I'll also be sending the link to the white paper in the chat. So in case it will be shared with the participants such that you guys have an access to the white paper. So around the world, the truth is that the nations are entering the second quantum revolution. It's a transformation powered by quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum sensing. And these technologies are not abstract. And I'm sure we've heard that all through the summit. And Africa cannot afford to be absent in this transition, not this time. It happened with artificial intelligence. We were left behind, such that a lot of countries have their own, AI strategy, AI team, but we were left behind, a lot of countries in Africa. But we don't want this to happen again in quantum, not this time. So I want to speak plainly and strategically about three things we considered in our white paper, where Africa quantum ecosystem stands today, where every part of Africa from the south, east, north can lead in the front, and why quantum is no longer a luxury, but is a mission critical pillar of Africa's sovereignty and development. So before I want to begin, I want to say something, that this paper was not written for, a foreign audience. It wasn't written to impress donors. It was written for Africa and by Africans, and for our government, for universities, for innovators, for young people, so that we can, define what is really happening in quantum in Africa. We can know what is really happening in the quantum ecosystem in Africa. Every detail has been captured in this white paper from, the universities that are currently, doing quantum, from the startups that are doing quantum, from, resources that have gone into quantum for every country in Africa. So we made this paper with just a single hope that Africa will not arrive late to the quantum age, and that this time we will build, we will coordinate, we will lead. And I'm very grateful to be part of this white paper and to be able to share it with you. So we have captured a lot of parts in terms of what are the challenges we are facing right now in terms of cybercrime, illicit financial flows, agriculture, climate shock, low workforce, the health sector, and many other, decline in global R&D investment in Africa. We captured that. And those are the challenges we are facing in the continent. So we are saying that quantum technology can map out, solutions to some of these challenges through, quantum safe cryptography that secures election, financial transactions, even national data. We are saying that through quantum sensing, we would be able to enable water discovery. Quantum sensing is like, I'm more passionate about that because that's what my research is related on. And I'm hoping to develop, quantum sensors that can even sense even the minute signal. So far, I've been able to prove that we can be able to autonomously design quantum sensor circuits such that it is sensing with the most optimal quantum Fisher information, which was one of the papers I recently published. So we know that through this technology, we can use it to enable water discovery, mineral mapping, precision agriculture without invasive drilling, quantum simulation that would help accelerate drug discovery for malaria, TB, HIV, and even neglected tropical disease, which is something I'm also passionate about, because presently I'm working with Cleveland Clinic, and we are lucky to have a quantum computer right in our premise. And through that quantum computer, we've been able to work on different solutions related to the medical field. So also, we know it will be able to enable, climate model that will help support food security in Africa, weather resilience in Africa. So when we are speaking of quantum in Africa, we are not speaking of luxury. We are not speaking of privilege. We are speaking of using it to solve, critical challenges that are presently occurring, like challenges that we need to solve like ASAP. We are speaking of national security, Earth's resilience, climate survival, economic competitiveness. So quantum is a development technology and a security technology that we need, and all at the same time, it will help us save a lot of aspects that we have challenges right now in Africa. So what we found in our research through the white paper is that Africa is not starting from zero. We are not actually starting from zero. We already have like a quantum landscape, and it's not empty. In fact, the last 5 years have been very remarkable in the momentum. In our assessment, the ecosystem can be understood through like a 3-tier maturity model, because we analyze the whole continent. So across the 54 countries, and also the ecosystems that falls into 3 layers. So we have the Tier 1, which are the national initiatives, and South Africa is a very perfect example for that. So it unites about 5 major universities, and it's a strong national framework, and a government, academia, industry, collaboration and alignment. And the funding, I think, is now in the second phase, which is about, I think, $7.8 million from like 2024 to 2029. So that is a very good example of how the government can influence quantum in Africa. And I think South African model is one what to be emulated and looked at, because they were pragmatic in focusing on applications of quantum computing, developing the workforce of quantum, national strategies in quantum. And the model, although not perfect, but it is very interesting because it's coordinated across, different major sectors in the country. And I hope other countries will be able to, look at South Africa and learn 1 or 2 things to be able to model their own strategy in terms of national impact in quantum. So the second tier, which we talked about, and this map that I'm sharing right now is showing where quantum presently, is in Africa. We have highly active quantum research, moderately active quantum research, and early engagement in quantum research. We can see that Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, Ghana, South Africa are all highly active in quantum research. And we have other countries like Nigeria, like Kenya, like Congo, Angola, that are moderately active in quantum research. So we also have captured in this table, the different countries, their entity name, their type of, initiative they are pushing in terms of the tier, the focus areas of their quantum initiative in their particular country. So we've captured it from the Southern Africa, Western Africa, East Africa, and the Northern Africa. So most of the categories fall in between university-led excellence. We have a lot of universities right now, North Africa, Alexandria University, which is the Africa first professional masters in quantum computing. We have University of Setiv, Zerwal City of Science and Technology, and many other universities in that category. Also in the East Africa, we have, AIMS Rwanda, which is Quantum Leap Africa. They have like MSc and PhD pipelines. We have Strathmore University, we have University of Nairobi, then down Kimati University, and we have JQuat to also expanding, emerging technology across research groups. So also in West Africa, we have a lot of universities too. Most of it also is captured in the white paper from University of Ghana, University of Ibadan, Covenant University, and many more that are captured. Even emerging notes were captured in the white paper, because these hubs are producing talent. They are producing research right now and also workshops. And we have a lot of interesting communities, from the Q World communities that organize, Q Bruns, a lot of Q diplomas, One Quantum Africa, AIMS Network, a lot of Quiz Kids for First community. We have the APS, the African Light Source. Also, we have like local university clubs all across different countries and different universities in each of those countries. So these organizations have helped trained hundreds, even with totally volunteer effort. And that's like the layer, which is the beginning of quantum, soft power in Africa. So Kenya also has a strength in terms of strong digital infrastructure, mature fintech ecosystem, even young, highly motivated state population in Africa. So we have, and we have shown in the paper that we can leapfrog this technology. The leapfrog is possible. We are not constrained with a lot of, policies that are constraining all these big nations. We can leapfrog and go to the next step in quantum. So we captured a lot of things in the white paper. And I think one of the most challenge we talked about is the infrastructure. And we also talked about the strategic blueprint in terms of what can be done right now. What can be done right now in the quantum space in Africa? So what are the strategic initiatives? We talked about different initiatives like quantum navigation, metrology initiative, Pan-Africa Quantum Communication and Security Alliance. We talked about who to partner with. If you want to partner with, maybe organizations in Africa and also in this diaspora in building your quantum space. And to summarize it all, we our own framework, what we are doing actually right now in AQC is that we are talking about how we can win together. Because if we look at what we capture, the nodes are fragmented. We have countries here doing theirs, another country there's another node doing theirs, all over the four north, south, east, and also west. But they are all fragmented. Most of them don't even know each other. Most people don't even know who are those working on quantum in maybe Kenya, those in South Africa, I don't know, other countries. And it's really happening. Why can't we all come together as a united node instead of fragmented node? So we want to start with the hard truth that we discover is that every time Africa builds in our isolation, someone else painted our future. So when we don't build together, somebody else, gains from it. When we act alone, we are just consumers of this technology. But when we act together, we are shifting history. And that is why AQC exists. The consortium exists to break that fragmentation. We are bringing people from all over different nodes and countries in Africa, such that we can all build together in unity. And how? We don't just have a vision. We have like a 4-step operating system. We influence, and we also. And you might ask us that, okay, what are we presently doing? So right now we just started the Pan-African Quantum Challenge. And the Quantum Challenge has presently over 250 students from all over Africa joining this challenge. And this challenge are problems, finance problems, error mitigation problems, and many other problems presently occurring in the African ecosystem. And these 250 participants are going to spend the next 1 month, acting on those problems and giving solutions. We have mentors from all over the world, from, different organizations all over the world, presently as mentors during the hackathon. And these challenge winners or participants will be given access to funds sponsored by a lot of our partners, such that they can continue to innovate, maybe build startups and research institute from there. We have fellowships that are presently ongoing, where we would be sponsoring the Pan-African PhD fellowship. We have presently the Quantum Circle, where we are helping more women to go into quantum, and our next roundtable in December will be on that. So 2025 is the International Year of Quantum, and that is our launch pad. So we have the metrics, we have the roadmap, and now we just need everyone to come together and pick your lane, and we run together in terms of building Africa in quantum ecosystem in Africa. And we want to do it by Africans and also for Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I don't know if she's off already. She's left. She's still there. So thank you so much, Miss. I hope it's okay for me to call you Miss. Thank you so much, Mr. Mitobi, for that presentation. We really appreciate that. So in the interest of time, because I know that we need to break for lunch, since lunch ends at 3, and you already see that it's 2:30, so we have 30 minutes. So I'm going just to rush through the ending of this session so unceremoniously and unprofessionally, but we have to do this as fast as we can. So obviously, distinguished guests, the speakers, participants, partners, so once again, distinguished guests, speakers, partners, and innovators, thank you so much for your brilliance. At least in the last 2 days, I want to say that we have all witnessed your brilliance. We have witnessed the curiosity and courage in terms of architecturing the next frontier for Africa. So I want to say thank you so much. Our partners are really excited in the level of engagement that you have brought to the team. So from me to you, my name is Nangami Masaha. I have been your MC and moderator, and I want to say thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for being such a cooperative audience. Oh, and finally, I just want to say something. You see, human beings are really, really complex, and I just want to build on to what the final, at least our physical final speaker said. Human beings are very complex. We really are complex, that our situations cannot be answered in one way. If I was to tell you today that I speak to my grandfather, would you dispute that? Are you able to dispute it? Are you able to dispute it? If I tell you I speak to my grandfather and I see him and we talk, are you able to dispute it? You're not able to dispute it. Okay, are you aware that people shape-shift in Africa? People shape-shift, right? How are you going to explain that? Are you able to explain it? How they're able to shape-shift using science? Okay, you're Africans. Are you able, every time you make a successful thing, you tell us? Can you come and tell us? And post it everywhere and say, hey, I got a visa. This is my visa. I'm going to the US tomorrow. Can you do that? Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that? As much as we're scientists, why don't we do that? Villagers are overworking. Can you use any type of way to say why that is? We have seen people who got visas today and then tomorrow they got accidents and died mysteriously, or diseases. We are in Africa where you go to the hospital and the doctors say, enda kienyeji. This is where we come from, right? We come from a continent where you go to the hospital and the doctors tell you, either enda kwa pasta ama enda kienyeji. Have you ever heard that? How do you explain it? Are you able to explain that? So there's so much that is happening that we can't, there are levels to which there are certain frameworks that may not, it's experiential. The things, we come, okay, you are Gen Zs, I'm just winding up. We come from a place where if you lost a father, and back in the day when people are living in the savannah, your father would appear in your dreams, and people would have a father say, I am cold, nasikia baridi nifunike. Nasikia baridi niko pali fulani kuja unifunike, right? And then the people went there and they found the bones. And they're like, oh, kumbe alikufia hapa, this is where he died. He's always been wanting to be brought back home. That was the technology that we used back then that has no, the pyramids still, they can't figure out how the pyramid came to be, right? Still, they're like, how, these old people? Anyway, I'm saying that you're really complex and certain things are really experiential, and I'm hoping that you will go and experience the different aspects of who you are as a human being. All right, so I would ask that we still go and take our lunch downstairs at the restaurant, and you can leave at your convenience because this is the end of our session. But in the meantime, I'll just call Shannon to end the session. But from me to you, Nangami Masaha, asante sana.
Okay, so a round of applause to the MC. I know people forget the MC. Huh? Yes. So as we finish, a big thank you, as Nangami has said, to everyone who has made this possible, to you, the participants, the speakers, and also our distinguished partners from academia. I know many universities are represented here, as well as the development partners. So I'll just mention very quickly from Strathmore, KU, UON as well, UNDP, OQI. So those are our main partners. So thank you so much. Flow Communications and HK. So thank you to all our partners. And I believe we've had a very engaging session. And we have also a number of resources, so please be on the lookout. Thank you for sharing your emails. We'll be sharing some of the resources that were shared during the summit. So for those of you who are not part of our community, please join our community as well. We have a resource center where you can be able to probably just check in the different kind of opportunities if you want to learn more about quantum science and education. And just as a side note, quantum science is quite broad, so I know there are those who are interested in probably quantum biology, quantum chemistry, quantum sensing. So, and for those of you who agree to disagree, so it's a good place to also be curious, research maybe what you didn't probably agree with or what was spoken here. So that's also a good learning point for all of us. Yeah, so other than that, thank you all so much. And we also have some free courses. Madam Ida yesterday, who was our keynote, she's offering free courses on internet governance. So any one of you who's interested, please sign up on that. We'll be sharing the link to that. Then UNESCO is also going to be having a call for applications for young scientists who are interested in learning more about emerging technologies. So it's more of a fellowship. This is open to the ladies specifically. So for the women scientists or women in quantum, also please be on the lookout. Please ensure you leave us with your email. We'll be disseminating all that information. Yes, so thank you once again. So I would request all of us to come to the front for a group photo as we close. I hope you've been excited these 2 days. Can we say, oh yeah? Oh yeah. All right, thank you. Please come to the front as we take our group photo and head for lunch.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday.